Good goes everybody, because they will continue to play Danganronpa Mauve. Presented to you by Zephyr. Follow them all for more Danganronpa fan games, translations, and all other Danganronpa related stuff. Link is in the description. So before I started to press the record button, I was reviewing the truth bullets. So far so good. I took like notes, just keywords can help me remember. But then I thought about it. Since I think during the trial you can access the truth bullets so that you can be sure about what truth bullets to use for whatever, right? So I was thinking I should cut those parts out. Yeah. Just to spare everybody the boredom of me just reading to myself what the truth bullets have to say. Yeah, that's what I'm about to do. Let's see. Yeah, those are my only options. Begin the class trial number 2. Here we go. Come on, man. Now then, let's start with a brief explanation of the class trial. The outcome of the class trial will be determined by your votes. If you point out the black end, only the black end will be punished. But if you point out the wrong one, everyone will be punished, and only the black end who deceived everyone else will graduate with flying colors. Okay, so before we begin, now that the trial is officially begun, I'd like to ask a question about something that's been on my mind for a while now. Yeah? Mr. Shitanda, what exactly was that experiment you just conducted? Why did you just come out clean and tell us? Yeah, I already told you that. Don't you remember? He's right, he did. Oh god, we're gonna have to talk about his experiment again in full excruciating detail. Wait, this is a truth bullet? Really? See, the floor was wiped. Yeah, this was used. Chitanda did that experiment to verify whether or not the blood that was wiped with was used with a dry or a wet tissue paper. He said it was to reveal that the floor was wiped with something dry. Yeah, that. Of course, that was the case. However, the experimental details of Mr. Chitanda did not end there. It's about the saliva. I've never heard of the story about the spitting. Trying to wipe it clean and it just ended there. Now that I think about it, just as we were about to listen, Mr. Shinada and Mr. Jumanji came in, so I don't think we heard this explanation fully. I think I know. Remember the question that Chitanda asked back then? At that time, Chitanda asked how long it had been since the investigation started, and Sarashina replied that it had been about 2 hours. There's no doubt about that, but what's the point of the question? As soon as the investigation time began, he spilled liquids on the carpet, so the liquid on the carpet didn't dry for 2 hours and remained there, right? It is a carpet with excellent absorbency. It feels so cozy, I think I'll be able to sleep well. Those carpets, you see them often. Sometimes if you accidentally spill water on them, they never seem to dry, which is a real pain. Anyway, thinking about why you did that experiment, I think I figured it out. The answer that Misaki found, when I think about it, seems quite simple. If I concentrate my thoughts, I think I might be able to deduce it. Now one logic that will begin. Oh god. This is the part where you play the minigame where you go through like riding a fucking surfboard in digital space. Yes it is. Logic that is a minigame jumps into your mind and helps you organize your tangled thoughts. Yeah, this really does help thinking. Playing a fucking minigame. Logic Dive is a running game where you navigate through a course with the ultimate goal of reaching the end of the course. Falling off the course or hitting an obstacle during this process will result in a penalty, so players must be careful. To jump over obstacles or empty spaces, if you step on blue platforms, you will automatically jump. Stepping on yellow, you will automatically accelerate your speed, which cannot be controlled, so be careful. During the process, when you reach a certain point, a question branch appears. You must choose one of the 2 paths based on the answer to the question. If you choose the correct path, you can proceed to the next course. If you choose the wrong path, you will fall directly and restart the course. By clearing all... yeah, okay, fine, whatever. Too long of an instruction, my guy. True. Nobody wants to read an instruction booklet that's the size of a fucking novel. Ah, crap. Okay. Concentrate. Come on, I can do this. Ah, shit. Just give me the question already. Minigames suck. Alright, let's see. Approximately what time did the investigation start? At 6. Yeah, at 6 p.m. Okay, so why? Okay. Why is this needed? Oh, fuck. Almost let go of my hand there. Fuck. Jump. 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 Jump, you dick. Fucking. I'm about to die here. Okay, I'm still alive. Fuck. Jump. Unresponsive piece of shit. Let's see. At what time did Kazuki's estimated time of death begin? 4 p.m. Do you think it's too fast? You're not giving me enough time to think? Dun, dun, dun. Fuck. Jump. Jump. Oh, yeah, I did jump. Cool. Bitch. Haha, huzzah. Which of the following intervals is the difference of, let's see. There's a difference of 2 hours. Fucking asshole, I couldn't even finish the goddamn question. I fucking hate minigames. Yeah. Oh, I jumped by instinct. Fuck! Okay, we get it. So, from the beginning of the time of death to the beginning of the investigation. Alright. I mean, obviously. Wait, still not done? I fucking hate this minigame. Logic time sucks. It's not even giving me enough time to finish the goddamn question. Or even read the goddamn answers because it's so fucking long. I think this is not gonna be good. I think I'm not gonna enjoy this trial. Resuming trial. Could it be that the time from the estimated time of death to when we discovered the body and started investigation, which is also 2 hours, is related? Yeah, if that's what we're thinking. What does that have to do with anything? Is that it then? If the killer had wiped the floor with something wet, there would have been wet marks on the carpet when we found the body. Ah, so that's what it means. The dampness on the floor won't dry for at least 2 hours, and there's no way to remove the wet traces either. So if you wiped the floor with something wet, the traces wouldn't have disappeared by the time we got here. So the culprit didn't wipe the floor with something wet, right? Didn't you already mention that? Only about the slightest possibility. In deductive reasoning, where you eliminate possibilities, overlooking one is a disaster, you know? You can't afford to forget such minor verifications. That sounds kinda messy. Deduction is, in essence, a collection of trivial scraps scattered everywhere. A detective is someone who picks up those grubby scraps. It is a rather unpleasant job. So to get such results after waiting for 2 hours, I guess it's a bit ambiguous. No, not at all ambiguous. This is a very important element that reveals what's on the floor. Was it fingerprints? Certainly not. I did thoroughly investigate whether there were any remaining fingerprints at the request of Miss Ego. That's just a guess. If you carefully consider the clues from the story so far, a clear answer emerges about what it really was. So then, you think it can be wiped off good enough without leaving any wet? That's what we're getting at just a moment ago. It also wouldn't be liquid if it were. Even a non-absorbent material would leave a wet mark no matter how much you wiped it. Then it must be something that doesn't stain the carpet easily, right? And more importantly, the carpet must have spent a lot of time meticulously wiping it down, so it would have been highly incriminating evidence if they hadn't. Last condition seals the deal. You can figure this out easily. Yeah, I think I get it. It's a fingerprint. I mean, we just mentioned the fingerprint just a little while ago, and you're like, huh, then that means it has to be the fingerprint. No shit? Fucking really, bro? A fingerprint. I can't even think of any other conclusions. I guess so. It was just the culprit's bad luck that we had learned how to identify fingerprints. So it was fingerprints after all. Was such complicated proof necessary? I already told you, if you miss these little details, the mystery will go off track. This is a process to make sure everything is crystal clear. There's nothing particularly strange about the conclusion of the fingerprint. However, I'm not sure if this helps with the investigation. Are you fucking dumb or something? Yes, it does. It means that the culprit was smart enough to not leave the fingerprints behind. So we're dealing with someone who is, way beyond your intelligence, I guess. Isn't it natural for the culprit to quickly wipe away the fingerprints if they accidentally left them at the scene? No, that might not be it. Sarashina, did you notice something? Seems Sarashina has caught on to something. Let's follow what he says closely. Oh god. From now on, the non-stop debate. Okay. Yeah, I know the yellow. What are the controls? Just give me the fucking controls. I know. The contradiction is, yeah. Summon truth bullets collected. Yep. Can you shift? Okay, shift key to swap truth bullets. Screenshotting the right bullet. If you don't, you'll fail. Okay. Yeah. Press S key to skip. A to review. Okay, cool. I can review the truth bullet list. No, you cannot fire truth bullet. Okay. Z or okay. Cool. This music's so awesome, man. What did you find out? Just focus on the wipe marks at the scene. Why are you being vague? The fact there were wipe marks means they left fingerprints. The culprit touched the floor. Correct, that's the only way I can think of. Okay, what's wrong with the culprit touching the floor? There's no reason to touch the floor. It would have been best to leave no evidence, so there was no need to touch the floor. Okay. I mean, he could have tripped. He would have stumbled on the floor. Yeah. Yeah, why not? Yeah, I mean, he makes a good point. Maybe he just stumbled. Now, judging by the marks left at the scene, that seems a bit odd to think. Oh, why? Trying to recall that memory well, the cleaning traces on the carpet was definitely about 1 by 1 meter, quite large. Even if they stumbled and accidentally fell, they probably only touched 1 or 2 spots at best. But would they really need to clean every square meter so thoroughly? So you're saying that there's no reason to clean such a wide area when they have to flee the scene as quickly as possible? That's definitely true. Then there's only one conclusion: the culprit must have acted indiscriminately across that wide area. If they miss even 1 spot, there's a chance some print could remain, so they work as hard as possible to clean a wide area. It's getting harder to understand why would the culprit be touching the floor so meticulously at the crime scene. The culprit might be someone who walks on all fours. No, stupid. If you walk on all fours, you're a beast, not a person. Beast? I figured out, culprit is Monokuma. Huh? Me? It's clear culprit walks on 4 legs, therefore animal Monokuma is the culprit. It's obvious. Wow, thinking big. Now it's true that I am an animal, but I walk on 2 legs. I doubt those front paws even have fingerprints to begin with. Wrong? Didn't think. It's hard to believe that, considering Monokuma has consistently said there's a culprit among us from the very start. It was still an interesting idea. Well, maybe that's not entirely off the mark. What are you talking about? I've given it some thought. I mean, the way a person walks around, touching the floor so widely. It's like they were a 4-legged beast, right? So there's really a beast among us? What are you saying? Are you saying there's a 4-legged beast hiding its identity among us? No, one creature? The crawling mans are saying they got injected with some kind of monkey serum? That's hilarious, yeah. No, if it's 4 legs, it's a doggy. A doggy, I like it. Woof woof. What the God damn it, I can't stay mad at you, you're just too adorable. No, that's not what I mean. I'm asking you to consider their posture for a moment. Posture is kneeling on the floor, standing on all fours, and then feeling around in front of oneself. It's a bit of an odd posture, isn't it? I think I understand. Oh, what is it? Um, Now what if I'm wrong? I'll just be drawing attention and giving poor answers. No, it's definitely wrong. Please stop talking to me, and I won't pretend to know everything. Just say it already. No one will say anything if you're wrong. Really? Dude, don't drag this out. Sure, that's what a debate is all about. Go ahead, speak your mind. I think the culprit was trying to pick up something. Trying to pick up something? If that's definitely the case, then everything matches up perfectly. Feeling around the floor like that, doesn't it seem like the only reason you do that is to pick something up that fell on the floor? Yeah, thanks for repeating that, man. No, I still don't understand. Even if you drop something, you can just quickly pick it up and that's it. Do you really need to fumble around? What if the thing fell underneath the bookcases? What they dropped? I guess it wasn't very visible. Oh wait, what if they dropped one of their contact lenses? Wait, what? Yeah, that could be it. What if it was the same color as the carpet and they had to feel around for it? So if you just bring your face closer, it would be clearer, sorry. I wonder if they have to touch around such a wide area. I'm sorry, I guess I was wrong. Maybe my thoughts were wrong too. It's too early to jump to conclusions. It wasn't clearly visible. It's something that can be interpreted differently. Can you give me an example? Wait, they couldn't see clearly. Then an invisible person must be the culprit. No, you fucking idiot. Remember Rika and her glasses got removed. Hidara, you... Yeah? How is that possible? Just and Hidara were together. Affirmative, there was no time to act alone. Then what the... If you're having trouble thinking, it might be easier to connect it with the item they dropped. Shall we organize it in order of events? First, when did the culprit touch the floor? That's probably, after the moida. It has to be after the murder. Among the blood stains that have been smeared, the part underneath the weapon was not smeared at all. That's right, that part wasn't swept, which means the culprit didn't clean that part. In other words, they did not touch that place. That is to say, touching the floor occurred after the weapon was placed on the floor, I believe. If blood has been shed and the weapon is placed on the floor, it would mean the murder has already been committed, so touching the floor could also be considered an act of after murder, So that's how it is. Right, if that's the case, we can think about it like this. The culprit attacked Kizuki with a weapon. After putting down the weapon, they dropped something, but it's not clear exactly where it fell. They frantically touched around, searching the floor, and finally succeeded in finding it. After realizing what they had done, they snapped out of it and frantically wiped the floor with a cloth to erase their fingerprints. What exactly did the culprit drop at the scene? How would we know? From the culprit's perspective, they clearly knew something had fallen to the ground, but couldn't see it, so they were touching around a wide area. Oh. Tomoe, did you figure something out? I found out what it is. Really? What is it? Earlier, Mr. Shinano pointed to Mr. Dairo as the culprit. This is an extension of that. The suspect has poor eyesight. It wasn't quite to the point of not being able to see, but it was difficult enough to find something that had fallen on the floor. The eyesight isn't good. That's a convincing point. But if the person's eyesight is that bad, wouldn't it be impossible for them to commit the crime? You can infer the item the culprit dropped from there. An item so important that the culprit would go to the trouble of wiping away fingerprints just to feel around on the floor for it. An item that can be immediately identified when the culprit drops it. And an item to assist the suspect with poor eyesight. Glasses. Yeah, okay. Glasses. I guess contact lenses aren't... Yeah. So the culprit is a person wearing glasses then. There's no other way to explain it, right? If it's glasses, it fits all situations and conditions. How did they end up dropping that? Maybe they were moving around wildly, trying to swing a book and accidentally took them off. That sort of thing seems like it could happen. Wait a minute, doesn't that mean the culprit has been revealed? Why is everyone so calm? It's exactly as he said. There's only one person among us who wears glasses, right? It can't be. It's you. You killed yourself. Oh, is she? She's smiling. Erica Jumanji, you're the only one who fits the criteria. What did you say? Yeah, I guess that's how they'll start things off. How typical. Chitanda, hold it for a minute. Jumanji, do you understand the reasoning so far? Sure. How about it? Can you refute it? We're not getting a response. Don't look at me with such scary eyes. Wait, aren't you jumping to conclusions too quickly? It might not be glasses, you know. Oh, for example? Yeah, for example, instead of glasses, maybe contact lenses? Yeah, that was also my first guess. If it's a lens, shouldn't both sides come off? It's even harder to remove than glasses. Yeah, my other thought. That situation might be a bit tricky, don't you think? Then what if Jumanji's glasses are just a prop? Nowadays, people wear them just for fashion. I have a few at home, too. If those glasses are just for show, then that's something else. Should I say it's unexpected? Nah, that's probably not it either. There was something Monokuma said before. Flashback. That's correct. While not on the same level, Jumanji's carbon piercings are also from quite high-end brands. Jumanji's glasses have an extremely high refractive index, so they're quite expensive. On my back. Monokuma mentioned Jumanji's glasses in the dining hall last time. They're incredibly refractive, so they're expensive. You don't wear glasses like that just for show. But then, is Jumanji really... Miss Jumanji, did you truly wish harm upon Miss Kizuki? Seems like there isn't much to argue against. Unless the parties involved come forward to refute it, this inference seems difficult to overturn. Huh? Has a conclusion already been reached this time? Geez, if you catch the culprit this quickly, all the effort I put into creating the Monokuma file and setting up the core room will have been for nothing. Well, there's nothing I can do. I can exactly get involved in the murder. Wait a minute, Monokuma. We haven't talked enough yet. Even so, it's difficult to immediately answer what other items the suspect might have dropped besides the glasses. Even so, the fact that a conclusion has already been reached feels a bit uneasy, I suppose. It's not helpful to blindly distrust a simple conclusion. Don't you know about Occam's razor? What? Is that a domestic razor? Domestic razor blade or an imported one? You idiot, though. The name Occam obviously sounds foreign. Of course, it's an imported razor blade. Occam's razor is a philosophical principle that, when all other things are equal, the simplest explanation is the best. Oh, okay. In simple terms, less is more. This implies that the prejudice that a simple reasoning process must be incorrect is wrong. Oh, I learned a difficult word. Yep. Did you guys get what you were talking about for a moment? You guys were just discussing whether Jumanji is the culprit or not. I was talking about whether this is the end of the trial or not. That's right, then I'll ask you once more. Jumanji, are you the culprit or not? Say, this is such a hassle. Do I really have to get involved? What is it? Are your eyes just for show? If you look at me, you can immediately tell that reasoning is nonsense. You know what I mean? Actually, I could tell that too. And that's a motorcycle. The decisive flaw in Chitanda's reasoning can be found in Jumanji's appearance. That's right. Oh god, why? Flash anagram, okay. The flash anagram begins very slight. Okay, I know that. The goal is to look at the letters, yeah. Question marks, yep. Must be tapped 3 times. Okay. So, okay, fine. We lose 1 point of speech, but fine. Okay. Let's see. Got him. She had a strap on. Oh wait, not that kind of strap on. Resuming mission. I have a trial. You're talking about the glasses straps? Yeah. Yep, you can see that, right? The thingy. That's right. How is it that no one noticed this? The glasses straps. Why? It's only natural. When your glasses are hanging around your neck, even if you swing your body and they fall off, they'll just dangle there instead of hitting the floor. Oh, really? I never used that kind with a strap, so I didn't know. Me too, I just thought it was a hanging thread. I didn't even realize that her glasses had a strap. Isn't that that's one a bit much? In other words, there's no need to fumble around on the floor, which doesn't match the actions of the culprit. I understand now. It might be difficult to make such a hasty conclusion. For example, what about the possibility that the glasses strap was cut? As you can see, Jumanji's glass strap is a metal chain. It's quite possible for glasses to come off during daily activity, but they wouldn't just break from ordinary impacts. Or we can consider a scenario. Touched by a victim before collapsing and then severed, like that. What are you saying? Before Miss Kazuki was struck on the head and fell, are you referring to the case where the chain broke as she instinctively pulled on her glasses strap? Affirmative. You two have an amazing chemistry. I've gotten used to him by now. Isn't a possibility worth considering? Of course, there were no defensive wounds on Miss Kazuki's body, but we can't definitively say there was no last struggle. I'm trying to struggle reading this. No, that's probably not it. Why is that? I just remember what Miyuki said. The reason Monokuma mentioned the refractive index of Jumanji's glasses was that he had information to share with us in the first place, right? Anyone remember what that information was? While an infinite amount of clothing is provided in private rooms, no accessories are offered. That was their story. And here, glasses are categorized as an accessory, right? Then you're saying if the string was cut, there's no way Jumanji's glasses strap, the one she's wearing now, would still be intact? Yes, exactly. That's what I wanted to say. Then you're saying Shitanda's deduction was wrong? That deduction he was so confident about? Could it be that he is testing us again? Huh? No, there's no way that happened. I do have a conscience, you know. This time I generally got it wrong. That's hard to believe. Just looking at Jumanji's face is enough to refute that. Are you seriously saying you didn't even think of that? Oh, that's actually because I'm such a shy guy that I freeze up whenever I see a girl's face. Wow, look at that fierce expression. Shitanda, based on the circumstances, it seems like you've deliberately led the investigation in the wrong direction again. Is that true? No, I just... You guys are so quick to notice. You're right, I tested you again. Why is that? Tell me the truth. Well, a discussion is something you can do by yourself. It's something you do together, right? But in the last trial, only the two people who uncovered the truth first were allowed to lead the proceedings, right? So I wanted to see if you guys could actually spot the incorrect reasoning even without my help. I have no bad intentions, so please calm down. Oh really? Then from now on until the trial ends, don't say a single word. What? I made myself clear. If you try to lead us into another deduction and test us again, you will not be forgiven. This is an order, as your leader. We'll gather our wisdom and figure out the truth ourselves, so you just need to stay quiet and only speak up if we come to the wrong conclusion. You probably don't want to die either, so you won't be able to resist responding in that situation. So just keep quiet. Got it? Okay. Oh, they bummed out. I've never seen them like this before. Seems like they've given in quite easily, but anyway, it's good that it worked out. He needs to really reflect on his own behavior. There was a moment of confusion, but anyway, back to the main topic. If Miss Jumanji isn't the culprit either, then who is? At this rate, there can't be a suspect. I don't think there were any major contradictions or mistakes in the reasoning, which part should we start reviewing again? After all, there was no way the object the culprit dropped wasn't a pair of glasses, right? That part seems so logically sound that I can't really imagine there being another answer. It easily resolves all the questions related to the bloodstains. The evidence interpretation might be wrong, maybe Shitanda's experiment was flawed, or perhaps the culprit tried to erase something other than the fingerprints. Then we get another answer? It's not quite simple to get that though. Or maybe someone else among us wears glasses too. Are there any others besides Miss Jumanji? Denied, only librarian. Actually, there's one more person. Speak, who? I guess I should speak in the past. They were. No, just forget it. It's nonsense. It's Rika. If talking about in the past tense, someone among us who used to wear glasses, it's Rika. There's no way it's Rika. Yep. Are you saying she committed suicide? Are you seriously implying Kizuki? This is ridiculous. Are you saying that Kizuki hit herself? Well, even if we somehow managed to skip the hitting part, there's no way she could have handled the cleanup, like wiping away the fingerprints. I just said whatever came to mind. Oh, that might be convincing. Kizuki from the dead, that's it. After being hit in the head, Kizuki came back to life, erased the evidence just like that. And why would she do that? Why would she cover up her own murder? What? How is that possible? And it's not. You're the one who brought up Kizuki. Why are you so freaked out? But I just thought about it. It's so scary. Not exactly a pretty sight, is it? I told you to be quiet. The starting point itself is fine. If there are no suspects among the living, wouldn't it be better to look among the dead? What? Ooh, as expected, Kizuki from the dead. God damn it, she's so cute. Look at that. Nah, that's just nonsense. It's not worth a single word. However, if the person who cleaned the floor is Kizuki, then it all makes sense. It seems to fit together, but I'm still not sure what you're saying. How did Miss Kizuki erase the fingerprints and why? I get what you're trying to say. Have you realized something, Mr. Jumanji? It's not a big deal, you just need to shift your perspective a little. Now listen up. What exactly is the shift of perspective Jumanji is talking about? I should really pay attention to what she says. Okay. Okay, let's see what this debate is all about. Look at his bloody clothes. Let's assume the white rabbit scrubbed the floor. White rabbit. No wait, how could I even... Yeah. I was about to elaborate. Please be quiet. Thanks for that. Ugh. Anyway, the reason was not to erase fingerprints. If the body didn't come back to life, there must be it. So it has nothing to do with the culprit touching the floor. But still, it was stained with blood, right? Yeah. If that's the case, then Miss Kizuki rubbed the floor. It must have been after being hit by the culprit. Also, what kind of cloth did Kizuki have to clean up Kizuki's bloody clothes? She used her... yeah. Kizuki's bloody clothes were used. Oh wait, I just realized I'm not really finishing their base, right? Huh. No, Sarashia, in fact, such cloth might exist. What did you say? It's right in front of your eyes, of our eyes too. I don't quite understand what you mean. What are you trying to say? There's no need to overthink it. Kizuki actually wears cloth over her hands all the time. Oh, that's it. That's right, Kizuki usually wore a gown that was too big and walked around with the sleeves hanging down. Are you really trying to claim that she wiped the floor with her sleeves? Yes, as proof, Kizuki's sleeves were stained with blood. If it was smeared around like that, it had to have been rubbed with something. It was definitely not just a stain from blood. I thought that was because she got hit on the head. Me too, there was so much blood from her head that I didn't notice that properly. Because your observation skills are so lacking, you'll fall into the culprit's trap. Huh? The culprit's trap? Oh, that'll come later. The important part is now. You're right, but I still don't quite understand what you're saying. So to sum it up, are you saying that Mrs. Kizuki just rubbed the bloody floor with her hand or her sleeve? Yeah. I wonder if there was really a reason to do it that way. With her hands on the floor everywhere. But that somehow feels familiar though. Yeah, we were just discussing that a moment ago. Right, you mean the part where the culprit touched around the floor looking for the glasses? Kizuki couldn't live without her glasses. If she drowned them, she would have frantically touched around on the floor to pick them up. So, yeah. The book fell on her head, which in turn removed her glasses. And then, I guess she died from a book falling on her head. And before she died, she was frantically searching for her glasses. Yeah. I know that better than anyone else. I'm kind of confused. My head feels like it's spinning. That's understandable. What we just deduced has completely been overturned. There's nothing particularly contradictory about touching around with your sleeves rolled up, trying to find her glasses. Especially for important items you need right away, like glasses, for it's understandable to be in a panic. Even though she was in such a hurry that she didn't even think about rolling up her sleeves to avoid getting her sleeves dirty with blood. But even so, there are countless oddities. For example, the fact that the blood smeared on the floor when Kizuki cleaned it up indicates that Kizuki had already started to bleed before that. How could Kizuki find her glasses while bleeding, even with the culprit right behind her? Sarashina, you've been frequently interrupting for some reason since a while ago. I'm just asking for an explanation regarding points I personally find unacceptable. What's the issue with that? Your attitude seems a bit sharper than before. No, Kan, I think it is a perfectly reasonable question. Even I, who am saying this, am barely understanding the situation. That's exactly what I thought. There's still too many obstacles to the theory that Kizuki is the one who mopped the floor. And what if we could overcome that with a shift in perspective? That's not possible. That smeared blood, isn't it from the head wound caused by a blow to the head? It is possible. Oh, great. If you intend to push through a logic that defies reason, you will have to deal with me. If Kizuki's bleeding cannot be explained, the hypothesis loses its strength. What do you think? Strange enough, Sarashina seems to be on edge. So I just need to convince you, right? Alright then, I'll try. It's not that I didn't think this through. A single shift in perspective is enough. What are the controls? Yeah. Discussion, yeah. In the event objection, you enter one, yeah. Purpose of this motion count, yeah. Okay. Press up and down left to cut through them, okay. By doing so, it can help shape the tones, okay. The mode is selling your tower and better from the obviously involves, okay. These exposed weaknesses can be slashed with a truth blade, which is the control. Not sure if you use the wrong truth blade. You can change the truth blade by pressing shift, okay. So shift changes the truth blade and spacebar uses the current. Alright. Let me guess, I'm not gonna be able to read all of your arguments, right? I'm not gonna read it, am I? I won't be able to. There were two wounds in Kizuki's head, yeah? One was not very deep, okay? In other words, I don't even know what that means. However, the one zero on the bleeding was something. Strange contradiction, isn't it? Advance. You might find it strange when we look at it that way, but if Kizuki had bled in a different way, wiping away her own blood might have been impossible. What do you mean a different way? There were two something. How do you exactly propose the culprit cause bleed without injury? If by some miracle it did happen, the culprit most likely... fuck. How about it? Can you come up with an explanation I can accept? There's only one way for a person to bleed without inflicting physical trauma. And for that to happen... Oh god. Spacebar. The falling book. Yeah, the thing. Resume trial. Yeah, Sarashina, you're right. Kizuki's first one wasn't deep, but the second one was fatal, so Kizuki couldn't wipe the blood from her head. After all, what does that mean? If that question cannot be resolved, the reasoning will not progress. In other words, the blood came from somewhere else. Do you want to claim that it's not Miss Kizuki's blood? However, the physical examination results definitively confirmed that it was indeed Kizuki's blood. That's where you need a change in perspective. There's exactly one way a person can bleed like that without any external injuries. Do you know what it is? Nosebleed. Yeah, she has nosebleeds. Nosebleeds? No way. Alright, hold on a second. Is there anyone who can summarize this? There's been so much back and forth that I'm starting to get confused. Well, it's like this. The white rabbit somehow ended up with her glasses falling off at the same time as her nose started bleeding, and as she tried to find her glasses, the blood kept dripping while she was touching around the floor. So the blood on the carpet got smeared onto the sleeve, leaving that mark. Do you understand? Well, I suppose the only way to bleed that much without any external injuries is a nosebleed, but it is a very sudden turn of events, isn't it? Actually, it's not such a sudden story. When you look at it as a nosebleed, there's one more point that can be resolved. What is it, Ego? Earlier, Miyuki mentioned Kizuki's gown, right? He said there are smudges on the sleeve. However, the truth is, a fair amount of blood had also splattered on the floor of Kizuki's clothes, not just on her sleeves. Doesn't that strike you as odd? It's highly likely Kizuki was hit around the eyes, thrown off balance, then struck on the temple with a downward blow, causing her to collapse and die. That is unnatural for so much blood to splatter on the torso like that. Understood. Blood probably didn't splatter, not much. Blood stain on clothes is contradiction. But if Kizuki had been bleeding profusely from the nose, really? When there's no music, suddenly there's a goddamn motorcycle outside? Gotta be kidding me. But if Kizuki had been bleeding profusely from the nose, the story would be different. Blood from a nosebleed flows directly from the nose to the body. Maybe after putting on the glasses and straightening up, she was trying to assess the situation and didn't notice. I see that evidence can be interpreted that way. The hypothesis of a nosebleed has become more convincing. Did the culprit hit Kizuki on the nose? No, what on earth? I told you, if the culprit hit Kizuki and caused bleeding, there's no way they'd let Kizuki scrub an area as large as 1 square meter. That's not blood caused by the culprit. I see, so how did she end up like this? Jumonji and Miyuki, you two look really exhausted, didn't you? Kizuki, who investigated the library with you, might have been the same. Did her nose bleed when she started to get fatigued? That's not it. Kizuki wasn't up all night reading, so she was pretty well composed. You still don't know, do you? She might not have told the truth because she didn't want to worry you. Isn't it too coincidental that her nose started to bleed at the exact moment her glasses fell off? There has to be a correlation between the two. Ah, my throat hurts. So here's the question. What do you think happened to the white rabbit? Let's see. She fell down, got in the face by something, or orthostatic hypotension occurred. She got hit in the face by something. The book. She got hit in the face by something would be the most reasonable answer. Indeed, that's it. Well, isn't there another possible answer? For example, I didn't think too deeply. Right, she fell down. She accidentally tripped and fell to the floor, hitting her nose on something and causing it to bleed. Thanks for the assist. If she falls and hits her face, her glasses will come off and fall on a limited location, so it will be noticeable. If that's the case, there's no reason to be sweeping such a wide area while dripping blood from her nose. At least you wouldn't have bumped into something stationary like a bookshelf or the floor, right? The possibility that her glasses flew off because she flailed her arms, isn't that too much of a coincidence? I've never worn glasses before, so I'm not sure. While falling, if you flail your arms, there's a chance your arm could hit your glasses and knock them far away. However, the possibility doesn't seem high enough to be treated seriously. And if you just fell and got a nosebleed, you would have hit your nose on the floor, so your head would be down. In that situation, even if the glasses had flown away, wouldn't they just land on the floor? Yeah, I admit it. That was my opinion, so why are you admitting it? So the likelihood of hitting a fixed object is low. Does that mean she hit her face on something unstable? In such cases, people usually say it hit the mark. And there were a few books scattered around the scene, right? What do you think about the theory that the victim was hit with one of those? I think that's the most likely one. I see, it makes sense now. I thought it was strange. The books are on the top shelf, so it's unlikely that Miss Kizuki, or the culprit, accidentally knocked them down. Even so, it's questionable why they didn't immediately put them back if they had dropped it by accident before Miss Kizuki was attacked. But what if the fallen book hit your face, causing your glasses to fall off and your nose start bleeding? It is possible to interpret that she was not in the mood to return the books right away. Then I wonder if the fallen book might have left a bruise on her face. If it had just missed slightly, wouldn't there be a chance nothing would be left? Since it was a direct hit, the glasses didn't fall right at her feet but flew far away, and it took time to find them. In summary, so Kizuki was trying to get a book from a higher shelf and accidentally dropped it, and then got hit in the face by the falling book, right? There isn't other possibility. It's as Mr. Blade said, of course. It's a credible assumption considering that the books were found in the exact state it had fallen. But we can't entirely rule out the possibility that she might have been struck by another object. That can be easily refuted. Didn't you say the white rabbit was wearing the same gown and clothes when she died? May I ask how that serves as evidence? I think I know why. Wouldn't it be strange if Kizuki was still wearing the same clothes? Huh? Normally, if your clothes were covered in blood, you'd want to take them off right away. In particular, the sleeves that Kizuki often used to hold things were stained with a considerable amount of blood, and if she were to pick up a book with those hands, the book would immediately be stained with blood. If she had the time, Kizuki would have hurriedly taken off her clothes. But Kizuki was murdered while still wearing the very same outfit. That means the time between when the nosebleed occurred and when the culprit killed Kizuki wasn't very long. In other words, you're saying that there was no time to sort out something that hit her face, regardless of what it was that Kizuki was hit with. And since there was nothing left on the scene except for the books, it naturally follows that the books become that something. Well, it's fortunate that we have someone who's quite quick to understand. Jumanji, can I ask you something? What is it? What's gotten into you all of a sudden? I might have misunderstood you, but you seem a bit different from the image you've shown so far. I never thought of you as someone who would be so passionate to participate in a mystery like this. Did I seem like that? Well, I guess it's true that I am a bit worked up right now. Getting worked up? You'll understand if you listen. If I tell you now, it'll just confuse you. It's bothering me. You wouldn't happen to be pulling a prank like that Shitanda guy, would ya? What do you think of me anyway? Honestly, comparing me to that guy while seriously trying to figure things out makes me feel really gross. You're right, should have behaved better. Always just reading books. I handled myself better than you, who speaks so damn slowly. Alright, looks like a fight's brewing. Everyone calm down. First of all, Jumanji, I understand how you feel. It must be frustrating to put in so much effort and dedication only to be suspected of doing something unnecessary. Yeah, it seems like everyone got a bit on edge because of Shitanda. It doesn't matter what you say to us, so go ahead and tell us anything. I promise I won't argue back. This is annoying. Fine. Whether you're confused or not, I'm going to say it, so listen up. The culprit of this case set a trap. A trap? What do you mean? A trap in the literal sense. By tampering with the evidence, they are leading our reasoning in a different direction. You're saying we've made the wrong deduction? What do you mean by that? Want me to give you an example? According to your current reasoning, you're saying Kizuki had a nosebleed, right? Then the absolute must-have item wasn't at the scene. Does anyone know about it? Something that wiped away the nosebleed? Are you talking about that? You mean the tissue paper? Yes, judging by the amount of blood on the floor, they weren't just standing around with their hands in their pockets. It seems she even wiped the bloodstains with the hem of her sleeve. There were no direct bloodstains on her sleeves, only faint ones from rubbing, it seems. When you get a nosebleed, of course you'd wipe it with tissues or cloth nearby, right? But as I recall, there wasn't a single ball of tissue around Kizuki to wipe away her nosebleeds. Could it be that you're suggesting, Miss Jumanji, that the culprit took them? Wouldn't that be the case? Besides that, one reason would there be for that to disappear? Meaning that's the trap? Did they get rid of whatever she used to wipe up the nosebleed, thus preventing us from reaching the conclusion that it was a nosebleed? Yeah, well, the truth is at first, I couldn't even think of the idea of a nosebleed. I just went along with whatever that guy Shitanda said. Don't tell me. Does that mean the criminal anticipated we would come to this point before they escaped and used that trick? Yeah, isn't that too far ahead? You're saying all the reasoning we've done so far has been predicted? But then it would be hard to explain why the culprit would have gotten rid of something she used to wipe their bloody nose. There's nothing that comes to mind except the possibility that they cut off any doubts to prevent any thoughts related to nosebleeds. I'm not finished talking. So if you get rid of all of the evidence related to the nosebleed, what will be left behind? Jumanji, only the crime scene will remain where you could be pointed as the culprit. The traces left from touching around the floor would remind us of glasses, and the only person who wears glasses is you. Do you get why am I worked up right now? I'm so pissed off that someone was killed in the sacred library, and now they're trying to frame me as the culprit. I'm so furious at this very moment that I could explode. So you're desperate to find the culprit, right? Yeah, I'll never forget what they've done to me. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm glad it seems to have motivated you. So what you're saying is that the culprit might be fully anticipating and manipulating our deductions, right? We'll have to consider the authenticity of the evidence as we deduce what happened. Wait, let me just take a sip of water. Oh, how do people talk for so long? Then should we consider the deductions we've made so far? Yeah, that's right. For example, what if the smudge on the floor is a fake piece of evidence? Then all the deductions we've made so far were for nothing. Are we doing the right thing right now? Aren't we just being played by the culprit? Miss Jamaji, I'm afraid you might have spoken out of turn. The confusion is only worsening, you know. Isn't that a good thing? You become more cautious. It seems like the situation is only getting worse. However, there's a bit of good news. For example, the possibility that those smudge traces are fake evidence is very low, right? Oh, really? Why did you think that? Can you tell us? When you think about it, that's true. If it were supposed to be fake evidence, the culprit would have had to remove the gown from Kizuki's body and wipe the floor with it. Well, that's assuming the fingerprints wouldn't be left behind, since the culprit didn't wear gloves. Besides, it doesn't make much sense for a culprit who needs to get away from the scene as quickly as possible to go through so much trouble just for misdirection. You can pretty much dismiss the idea that it was a misdirection. I guess if that's the case, it's a relief. Well, I hope there aren't any traps in the deductions so far. Okay, so we can continue like this, right? I say it's okay, but I'm feeling a bit uneasy. They predicted our deductions and even set up traps. Just like being in palm of God's hand. Mr. Blade, it's the Buddha's palm. I just think it's just a delusion. After hearing the explanation, do you still think it's a delusion? Then I'll have to give you another example. What? There's something else? It was already mentioned. Do you remember why I deduced earlier that the culprit must have touched the floor after committing the murder? That was the part I was referring to. Isn't that because out of all the bloodstains that were wiped away, the part underneath the murder weapon remained untouched? Right, the fact that only that part wasn't wiped clean suggests that the culprit didn't tamper there. But what was the conclusion? Did the culprit sweep the floor? It turned out to be the white rabbit who did it, right? In other words, before the culprit put the weapon down on the floor would have been already swept. So it's strange that the only part underneath the weapon wasn't swept. Right? And that was another trick of the culprit. They deliberately placed the weapon in a spot Kizuki wouldn't accidentally touch, erasing the possibility that Kizuki had swept the floor. I was just about to say that. Anyway, it's just like what that mechanic girl said. If the trap theory is just a delusion, this wouldn't make sense, would it? Do you understand? Alright, for now let's proceed with our deductions, keeping a healthy wariness of whatever it is we're dealing with. Whether it actually exists or not will be revealed at the end. Okay, then let's get back to what we were talking about. Yeah, back to what we were talking about. But what were we talking about originally? Did you forget? Yeah, it's all over the place. Okay. Where were we? We're still in the trial, bro. Kizuki's face was hit by the bug. Oh, thanks. But is that the conclusion? I mean, why would you trying to take out a book from a high shelf and drop it? Oh, because you didn't use a step ladder? It's just too obvious. Yeah, because you didn't use a step ladder. It was far away. Let's see. Oh, my neck. Don't forget to stretch, boys. Show me trial. No, that's not it. Huh? It's clearly strange that Kizuki was hit in the face while reaching for a book and got a nosebleed. Why is that, Miyuki? Kizuki always uses a stepladder when taking books out in the library. If she uses that, Kizuki's height will be almost the same as the books on the top shelf. If you accidentally drop a book in that situation, it definitely would not hit your face. If Mr. Miyuki's story is true, it's definitely strange. She might have been just too lazy to use the ladder at the exact moment, you know? It's hard to say. Having this ladder quite useful. It's such a relief that this exists. Without it, I would have had to strain quite a bit every time I pull out books that I can now easily access whenever I want. Do you have to use a ladder every time you take a book from the shelf? Isn't that inconvenient? No, not at all. Not using it is more inconvenient. Wait, why is Nozomi Miyuki saying this? I can't even imagine investigating without this now. She also said that she would always use the step ladder to get the books on the top shelf, and that she'd even be more inconvenienced without one. Do you remember, Shitanda? Yeah, that's exactly word for word. I heard the whole thing. It's actually a good thing that Shitanda overheard her conversation back then. It's strange that someone who acted like that would suddenly be annoyed and try to take a book without using the ladder, pushing their luck. Even so, can this situation be explained? Imagine getting hit in the face by a falling book, even after using a ladder. I don't get it. This is difficult. Maybe while climbing the ladder, they accidentally knocked over a book that was stuck there, and then it fell as she was looking up. The book was wobbling unsteadily, eventually fell onto her face, if that's the case. Good guess. But it's not that. If that were the case, there's no way her glasses could have flown so far away. Oh, right, that's how it was. The fact that White Rabbit's glasses came off and she had a nosebleed means there was quite a distance between the book and her face, wouldn't you say? We understand that. She used the ladder, it's just that we can't figure out why there was a drop even though a ladder was used. What if we said she couldn't use the ladder? What does that mean? That's exactly what I mean. If there's no way Kizuki wouldn't have used the ladder, then couldn't it have been a situation where she could not use the ladder? That's what I was thinking. The first possibility that comes to mind is someone probably took it. Huh? We talked about that earlier. Mikawa mentioned he took it. Me? We can't jump to conclusions. Someone else may have taken it. But there are no other testimonies about that. Couldn't the culprit have taken it and kept silent? They likely didn't want to be needlessly associated with the incident. That's probably not it. There were no other fingerprints on the ladder besides those of Kizuki and Mikawa. Having doubts about whether we can just gloss over this so easily. What if they use cloth or a piece of their clothes in place of gloves to carry it? Yeah, especially tomorrow, maybe you could just wrap your hands in that long scarf. Point taken, but that is unlikely. No, it's alright to skip over that. There's a reason we don't need to consider that possibility. What is it? Perhaps Jumanji's saying that because... Oh, gee. Flash anagram again. There you go. A man's laughter. Oh, manslaughter. Oh. Yeah, why is there no save point? The possibility of this case being accidental murder is high. Accidental murder? This? I guess that as well. That makes sense since the murder weapon was a book, right? If they really wanted to kill someone, they would have brought a more convincing weapon. No matter how many weapons Kuzu confiscated, at least it wouldn't be books. What if that's the trap? What if they deliberately made us think that way? What if they'd set up a trap? Then you're saying the culprit intentionally used the book at the scene as a murder weapon to create the impression of a crime of passion. No, wait, this is also a trap? Well, I wouldn't say that given how difficult the circumstances are, aren't they? Books are hard to hold, and there's no guarantee you can kill someone with one, even if you hit them. Just as it was mentioned, if someone says they'll kill a person, at least it won't be with a book. But now they died by it, right? That's because the corner of the book happened to hit the temple. A critical spot. If you don't hit the critical spot, the chances drop significantly. Yeah, I guess getting hit with a book hurt, but would it actually kill you? Even in a library, the place is full of books. If you aim poorly, your target might even pick up a book and counterattack. Moreover, the scene was a library during peak hours when people were moving about. If the attack fails and the victim screams, there's no way to know how many people would hear it or how quickly others would arrive at the scene. I think there are too many drawbacks to using a book as a weapon simply for setting traps. What do you think? Then in that case, the cure is worse than the disease. That's why it has to be considered manslaughter, right? I knew I should have given my opinion. So what's the connection between accidental homicide and the stepladder? Since it was an impulsive murder, the culprit wouldn't have prepared the gloves or moved the ladder carefully to avoid leaving fingerprints. Therefore, if the culprit touched the ladder, fingerprints would have been left behind. However, since there were only the fingerprints of Mikawa and Kizuki on the stepladder, it can be concluded that the culprit did not move the ladder. Or, if Mikawa and or Kizuki were the ones that used the stepladder, and because Mikawa's fingerprints are already on the stepladder, hey, look at that, a free weapon. Just saying. Yeah, there aren't even any spare gloves at this school. Out of all of us, Mikawa is the only one who usually wears gloves, and even then he only wears one. If the culprit had moved the ladder, there would have been fingerprints left for use, yeah. Huh? But isn't she wearing them too? These are called fingerless gloves. With my fingers completely exposed like this, do you think my fingerprints won't show if I wear this? I see. So is the conclusion that the reason Miss Kizuki didn't use the stepladder is because Mr. Mikawa took it? Isn't it too early to jump to conclusions? The ladder could have been broken, That wouldn't be the case. It was fine when we checked. On top of that, the dust had been stuck between the parts was still there. Wait. Then, because I brought the ladder, Kizuki forced herself to get the bugs, and then she got a nosebleed. Did I cause Kizuki's death before I took the ladder? I don't know. It seems like the culprit would have killed Kizuki regardless of her condition. Someone tell that guy to calm down before he flips out again. It's hard to listen to him. Hold on a moment, please. Aren't you overlooking a crucial point? What? The chance of that if Mr. Mikawa is the culprit. Of course, while Mr. Mikawa was with Miss Ego, he touched the ladder then. But couldn't he have touched it at other times as well? Indeed, it's a possibility that's hard to overlook. Hold on. Isn't it too much of a coincidence? I don't know exactly when Mikawa brought this ladder with Ego, but going back to a place he's been to before and taking something he once took feels a bit forced, doesn't it? Maybe, who knows, maybe Mikawa's read all her thoughts and tried to provoke that kind of reaction. It could be that. Gasp. I can see right through you with my x-rays, see? How about you tell the truth now? No, it's not true. Kana, stop the nonsense. Mikawa is not the culprit. No. God damn it. Not the culprit. Is that true? Truthfully, revealing this right from the start feels a bit like I'm butting in too much. Without making things certain, I don't think the reasoning will make any progress. It's definitely encouraging that one less suspect is in the picture. So what's your reason for him not being the culprit? It's a fact that can be revealed with one piece of evidence that was already mentioned. It's the weapon. The weapon? Could it be that more information is still contained within? It's not even a different topic. It's something you all saw while investigating. Does anyone know about the specifics of the weapon? We had a conversation about this with the people who analyzed the fingerprints. That's, let's see. Where was it again? Just checking over notes. Let's turn up physical body, spine. Traces on the weapon. Yeah. We're referring to the bloodsstains of the murder weapon and the fingerprints that were also left on it, right? Wait, fingerprints? Did we have those on it? Haven't you seen the evidence? No, I did see it, but I didn't know I was supposed to interpret it as a fingerprint. You should have put more effort into the investigation. The culprit hit Kizuki with a book and blood splattered, leaving hand-shaped stains, right? Yeah, that's right. So that means the culprit's hands would have blood splattered on them, right? Yeah, I guess so. Oh, that's what you meant. Because, okay, what's his name again? Miyaka? What? Mikawa only has one glove. That's exactly why Mikawa can't be the culprit, got it? What is it though? I'm really sorry as someone seeking defense, but I have no idea either. In my opinion, I think it's because he's wearing gloves. Sorry, I'm a little sleepy. Is it because Mikala wore a glove on one hand? Yep. Blood splatter on your hand while wearing gloves. Of course, gloves would be stained with blood. I see. But what does that have to do with it? Oh, you fucking moron. Even after saying all this, you still don't understand? I suppose that can happen. You're silly dismissive. Just get angry. Go ahead and be angry. If I get angry, you'll just complain that you were scolded again, aren't you? Anyway, if that reason, why? Easy, let's think about the time frame where the coward could have committed the crime. Coward? Are you talking about Mikawa? So, how did it go again? It was clearly a very short time, between 45 and 49 minutes. Well, yeah, considering he even had to go back and forth to the library in between, he probably didn't have time to do anything else. But when you watched the video shot by the amateur cameraman, was there blood on the glove of the coward who arrived at the diner at 49 minutes? There was none, definitely. Oh, thank God. I thought the game was gonna show us the goddamn video recording again. That's right, judging by the bloodstains on the book, a considerable amount must have splattered on the back of their hand. At the very least, it must have been impossible to hide naturally. Really? Was there no time? Are you trying to say that there's some kind of trick involved? Running at full speed, if you could do something somehow, it might work. Do you think this will be enough to cover it? Even if they wash it with water, it will take more than 10 minutes to completely remove it to the point where it won't show, and to dry it off as well. Now that I think about it, yeah. Oh, my back, your blood. Blood? That startled me. The one screamed upon seeing blood and jumped in, while the Dara, who was sitting right next to him, covered her ears. Is the nosebleed really that big of a deal tomorrow? Yeah, he faints at the sight of blood. Don't worry about it, I get nosebleeds pretty easily. Of all the times I covered it with a hand that had the glove on. It's going to take some time to wipe this clean for sure. Besides, it takes forever to dry, and I don't have any other gloves. I haven't taken this glove off all day. Wasn't there something like that a few days ago? Remember when Mikao accidentally wiped his nosebleed with his gloved hand and grumbled about it? I think it back. It seems like that might have been the case. You remember that? As a leader, it's only natural that you should remember every little detail about what happens to your team members. Yeah, I definitely remember that. They even mentioned not taking off their gloves all day. You're dirty. This proves that it's impossible to deny the possibility that the gloves weren't worn when the murder was committed. It's strange that someone who wears gloves all day long wouldn't be wearing them when they commit a spontaneous murder. I mean, yeah, I guess. But then again, isn't that the perfect, what do you call it? Perfect not an alibi, perfect defense for him, because I wear glove all day, but that doesn't mean you can just remove your glove and just use your regular hand and then wipe the blood stain from your hand and then wear your glove again. If that's the case, did they intentionally set their bait for that? I already told you this case is accidental homicide. Do you really think you can lay a bait for a murder you committed on impulse? So the point is, Mikao cannot be the culprit, correct? Indeed, another suspect has been eliminated. So now the remaining suspects are Miss Ego, Kana, Misaki. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't need to read all that. Am I really innocent? Really? Phew, what a relief. I don't have to be suspected by you guys anymore. But then again, nobody ever thought about, him removing his gloves at this very exact moment. No, wait, I've unnecessarily ended up on the suspect list and caused you all to worry. I guess I should ask for forgiveness, right? By that point, you're seriously messed up. So, Miss Eagle, how does the fact that Mr. Mikawa is not the culprit help in uncovering the truth? I'll tell you about that from now on. Here's a question. If someone on the suspect list is determined to not be the culprit, what advantages does that provide when conducting an investigation? Deduction. The number of possibilities get reduced. My heart feels 10% more at ease. The suspect list becomes easier to remember. Any other answers? We are supposed to trust the suspect's testimony. Isn't that the right answer? Good, that's correct. As expected, there's still a trustworthy aspect left. That does make me feel at ease, doesn't it? Yeah, something easy to remember on the list is also correct. Aren't you going to give me bonus points? I was just trying to lighten the mood. Anyway, it's been proven that Mikawa is not the culprit. In other words, the testimony given by Mikawa became a basis for deduction, and the statement that the ladder was placed and then removed between 45 and 49 minutes turned out to be true. Since he's not the culprit, he probably didn't rush anywhere. He likely walked to the library honestly, and then walked back to the dining hall honestly. So it's likely that they arrived at the library and moved the ladder at 47 minutes, just as we suspected. But isn't that something we've already discussed? I don't see any dramatic shift in the direction of the investigation though. I told you, even the small details are important to prove. From now on, the path we take will heavily rely on Mikawa's actions, and if it's uncertain, the price will be too high. I understand. However, how does happen? A clue? We just need to remember what the original topic was. The conclusion that Kizuki died in the absence of the ladder was the last one. After that, we discussed who had taken the ladder outside the library. That's right, then the issue regarding the fingerprints left when the ladder came up. We left the need to address the possibility that Mikawa was the culprit who moved the ladder. But since we're saying Mikawa isn't the culprit, I guess we can rule out that possibility. This is hard. Honestly, I feel like I'm about to die just trying to keep up. Right, when Iwata died, it wasn't like this back then. Well, back then there wasn't all this convoluted stuff. You just had the clues and you interpreted them. But is it okay for us to be like this? What do you mean by that? I may have misunderstood something, but following this logic, wouldn't that establish a new standard for the culprit? What, really? How does that work? Consider this. It has now been proven that the only person who left the scene carrying the ladder was Mr. Mikawa, and Miss Kizuki was murdered in the meantime while there was no ladder. In that case, then it means that Miss Kizuki was murdered during the time frame when Mr. Mikawa took the ladder outside. Specifically, that's between 4:18 p.m. and 4:47 p.m. And wasn't there a condition that came before that? What was that thing again? I think it was after 4:30. Wow, really? After 4:30 p.m. From the moment Shinano brought the weapon to the scene, the culprit was able to commit the crime. Well then, that narrows things down a lot. The culprit is whoever killed the white rabbit between 4:30 and 4:47 p.m. Between those times, anyone without an alibi, there aren't many, are there? Show alibi list, quickly. Here it is, but I'm not going to give it to you. It's hard to understand what you're saying. Then pass it on the leader. Yeah, give it to me. Here. Oh god, that's a lot. First off, Ego was with Mikawa from 18 minutes to 45. She didn't show up at the library until Mikawa brought the ladder to the scene, therefore she's not a culprit. Sarashian has an alibi between 15 to 50th minute, and Shinano has recorded a video of 38 minutes, so it's impossible for them to have committed the crime. Spaki and I were together from 15 to 47, so we can't be the culprit. And Tomoe was with Shitada from 30 to 53, so they can have an alibi. These 6 people can be excluded from the suspects list. Wait, me? Oh fuck. Then the only people left are Erika Jumanji, Satsuki Kana, and Miyuki Nozomi. Only these 3 remain. I was asleep the whole time, god damn it. So can I save now? Please. Oh, thank god. Wait. So I'm gonna just take a quick break and make myself a cup of coffee. I'll be back, fellas. Okay, everybody, I've done brewing my own coffee, and now I've also been reading up on the truth bullets again to refresh my memory, and now that we're done with that, let's finally continue on to the class trial. Yeah. Let's go. Resume. Well, this was an expected outcome. It's so unfair. Me too. I was just sleeping in my room. You know what kind of excuse won't work in this situation, right? He's right, no matter how much I protest that I'm not the one. It's just empty words in this class trial. Wait, let me just clear my throat. My heartbeat begins to increase. I was so sure of our dedications when the suspect pool was wide, but now that it's narrowed down, I'm hesitating like this. It's cunning. They're so cunning that it's enough to make me shudder. I started this trial determined to catch Kizuki's killer myself, but I'm hesitating so much because I feel like I'm in danger. That can't be possible. Is there anyone who would like to confess to something early? There's no way that happened, right? Could there be really a culprit among these few? Based on our deductions so far, that seems to be the case. I really can't do this. You want me to interrogate and suspect someone who's right here, staring at me with their eyes wide open? What should I do? What, are you saying you're giving up the class trial? Wait, let me just the microphone. Yeah, I think this is good enough. I'd rather believe Monokuma did this. That would be easier to make my mind at ease. I can't do it. I can't threaten, harass, or point fingers at someone who's right in front of me. I just can't do this. What's this about? After you've been doing so well until now. Now, calm down. I understand this is really tough. It would naturally be overwhelming to know that someone's life hangs in the balance because of our decisions. If you're feeling mentally overwhelmed, it's okay to take a step back. We won't force you. Oh, wait. Let me just disable my alarm clock, just in case it ruins the recording. It does that sometimes. If you're feeling mentally overwhelmed, it's okay to take a step back. We won't force you. However, please don't let your will break. I absolutely cannot bear to witness that while I'm still alive. Right, relax. You've got too much on your mind right now, so let's recharge first, okay? I'm sorry, everyone. That's enough for now. We don't have time to worry about the stragglers. We need to quickly find the culprit and escape this moment. Let's get back to the main plot. I can't believe there's a culprit among the three of them. What should we do from now on? Are they saying one of us is really the culprit? Jumanji and Kana both have their odd quirks, but they didn't seem like villains. That guy had no talent, right? A worthless nobody like him who's worth nothing dares to think he can set foot in Hope's Peak Academy, the school for the elite of the elite. His arrogance is off the charts. I picked him because I didn't like him, like I said before. I hesitated to kill the rest because you're so talented, you know. Is it inevitable to avoid the second time? To be betrayed again by someone I thought was a friend, an ally? If it's unavoidable, I should try to face it as calmly as possible. I focused all my attention to concentrate on the discussion that was about to commence. It's not the time for me to give it up yet. Let's go. Non-stop debates. Let's stop the non-stop debate. Lol. How should the reasoning proceed from here? Right, are there no more clues at the scene? I mean, certainly physical evidence in this case is extremely scarce. We haven't talked about the disappearing toilet paper yet. Would it be better to review the evidence from the past in times like this? If you have the means to do so, that is. If anyone knows, raise your hand. Do you think we'll have to admit that? We're not just going to end like this, are we? We're not just, okay, yeah, we get it. something, whatever. Yeah. We haven't discussed about the disappeared toilet paper yet. Oh, my neck. We discussed the trace of a weapon, and we discussed the other thing. Actually, there was one piece of evidence left at the scene. Huh? What else was there? Toilet paper. The toilet paper roll that Kizuki used to carry around was gone. I told everyone when the investigation was almost over, don't you remember? Oh, I remember hearing that. Right, you said she had rhinitis and left a roll of toilet paper at the library, right? Yeah, she always kept it by her side when she was investigating in the library, but it vanished without a trace at the crime scene. Would there be a possibility that Miss Kizuki recovered from that? Nah, it's because of the dust and stuff in the library that she's unable to get rid of that rhinitis. I think the chance is low. The library is full of dust, so being inside the library doesn't solve her allergies at all. Yeah, what he said, coherently and eloquently. It's strange to move it's strange to move the toilet paper somewhere else when she still needs it. That's certainly the common sense approach, but something still doesn't quite add up. No, even if that's the case, it wouldn't be the white rabbit who cleaned up the tissues. What's the reason? According to the reasoning so far, the existence of the toilet paper has become incredibly important. Because of the nosebleed. Nosebleed? Why? Didn't I tell you earlier the white rabbit was dealing with the gushing blood from her nose, and then she died soon after? And whatever it was that wiped her nose, the culprit took it away. Yeah, you definitely mentioned that. I've said this much, and if you still don't get it, then ask yourself what on earth would they use to wipe up the blood? Is there another tissue besides the one she usually carries around? I see. I wonder about that now. When Kizuki died, her nosebleed must have been dealt with somehow. This is supported by the fact that there was no blood near the body's nose. That's right, there were no bloodstains near the nose, so we didn't even consider the possibility of a nosebleed. There wasn't anything in the library that could absorb liquids like tissues. There is a way to tear out pages from a book and use them, but as a book lover, she certainly wouldn't have done that. That is a violation of school rules as mentioned before. It is vandalism. But even so, if she tries to find tissues somewhere else, her nosebleed will just keep flowing. But other than the smeared marks, there was no additional blood found on the library carpet. There were no direct stains of blood droplets on Kizuki's sleeves or hands. The smudges on the sleeves are, of course, a separate matter. Then if I understand correctly, Miss Kizuki handled the nosebleed right there on the spot. The only possible way that could happen is if she uses the tissues she already had. And right after the nosebleed was taken care of, the white rabbit was killed. This also came up earlier, right? If that's true, then where is the discarded tissue paper that was, the used bloody tissue paper used to wipe away the nosebleed? In other words, the tissue would have been next to the white rabbit until the culprit arrived. And yet, it has completely vanished. It seems the only possibility left is that the culprit got rid of it. Then finding the whereabouts of that tissue will be the key to solving the case, right? Even though you told us that in the end, we just came to the conclusion that we couldn't find it. That's right, we looked everywhere, but we couldn't find it. Yes, I guarantee that as well. So the conclusion is only one: the culprit got rid of it without anyone knowing. Well, you're saying that without anyone noticing, but that's harder than you think in a confined space like this. Looking at the video Shinano filmed, they really searched the place thoroughly, didn't they? It was hard trying to fight it for both of us while being wary of one another. Well, there must have been ways of either flush it down the toilet or take it to a private room, right? There's quite a few options. Hey, finally said a good point. Interesting. It probably wasn't as simple as Miss Misaki said. There's a reason for that. That would be the case, because the tissue was bulky. Yeah, I think I remember. Yeah, it's a big one. If it was a bulky one, then everybody would have noticed that by now. Because the toilet paper is not as small as we think. After tearing it open and not using it for a while, it was definitely not a size that could be hidden easily inside clothes. Yeah, that. This talk, I think I've heard of it before. Yeah, it was mentioned in the last trial too. If you're the culprit, you'd naturally be concerned about what others think. So that's what you meant. That's true. Even according to Jumanji, the culprit of this case is trying hard to manipulate the direction of our investigation. Of course, they would have carefully paid attention to each piece of evidence or witness testimony left at the scene. It's unthinkable that they wouldn't have been concerned about others' perceptions. I understand. Can the logic regarding that large cloth still be applied? There might be a slight difference. Of course, a piece of cloth is much larger than a single toilet paper, but since it's equally impossible to hide in one's arms anyway, let's set that aside. There are two significant differences that cannot be ignored. In first case, they move during nighttime hours, so the chance of encountering anyone in between is extremely slim. But this time, the incident happened in the afternoon when people were going about their daily lives. You're right, no matter how carefully you move, someone might suddenly appear from somewhere and provide a witness account. Second is the destination. In Iwata's case, there was a clear destination near the classroom that absolutely had to be reached. But in the case of this toilet paper, it's different. If you just leave it somewhere out of sight, the purpose is achieved. Then the question is, what conclusion can be drawn from these two differences? There's no need to risk danger and go to all that trouble, right? You could just leave it somewhere near the library and run away, but there's no need to go through crowded areas and all the way to a private room during hours where people are still awake. That's exactly it. The library and the private rooms should be quite far apart. I guess the culprit hasn't messed around with us, huh? If they got caught, it's over immediately. Using that witness as fake evidence to confuse the investigation is way too risky, don't you think? Yes, for the same reason as the marks left from mopping the floor. From the culprit's perspective, trying to create misdirection can easily lead to being caught right away. The roles get reversed. So Shitanda, is that why you were so thorough in checking out the facilities around the library? Shake. I can't understand sign language, so just open your mouth. I'll let it slide this one time. Why do you even know sign language? Did you learn it for some trivial reason? Actually, my father is deaf, so I learned to communicate effectively through sign language. I'm quite a good son if I do say so myself. Whoa. Just kidding, did you believe that? Anyway, the answer to your question is correct. We searched the entire school thoroughly, but it's not here. It's unlikely the culprit could have taken it to a private room given the crowd of people. Then at best, there'd be only the restroom, warehouse, and locker rooms, right? Exactly. Alright, thanks. You can shut up again now. Oh, wait a second. Remember when we were in the dude's locker room and all of the tissue papers were tampered with, destroyed, crushed, etc.? Maybe the toilet paper that Rika used was thrown there and the culprit decided, you know what, I should destroy the other toilet papers here so that it gets mixed up on the pile. Yeah, maybe. So that's why you only investigate the bathrooms in the school building. Since the bathroom stalls near the dormitory building aren't that far from the private rooms, they'd obviously handle it in their own room if they needed to. And we've looked into those. Then the toilet paper must have been secretly placed in one of the three places, the bathrooms, warehouse, or the locker rooms. How do we know which one of those three it is? The evidence is sufficiently gathered because of this guy. Shitanda went through everything while causing a ruckus, right? Then let's quickly discuss this. Oh. Let's see. I think I remember something Mikawa said at the warehouse thing. I was in the warehouse for 10 minutes, maybe 12 minutes. Explode. Laundry room, warehouse, locker rooms. Yeah. Where among the three would the culprit have hidden the tissue? My guess is the locker room. Can you tell which one of the three? Out of the three, sorry. I vote for locker room. I vote for warehouse. And what do you vote for? This is not determined by vote. But is there any basis for that judgment? It's not strange even if it's one of the three. There must be something we overlooked. Yeah. Oh fuck. Yeah, I should cut this part out, sorry. Warehouse, boom. Got him. Let's see. Oh, my back, goodness me. My back hurts. Resuming trial. It doesn't seem like it could be the warehouse, at least. There is a testimony that contradicts this so far. Huh? There is? Which one? It is precisely Mikawa's testimony, of course, since he's been with Ego for a long time. It is also Ego's testimony, yeah. Because, yeah. It was already determined that Mikawa is not a culprit, so why the warehouse? Because Ego and Mikao were searching the warehouse for something, and then Mikao was like going back and forth to the library, etc., etc., etc. That's right, Mikao and Ego said they stayed in the warehouse together from 4:12 to 4:45. The crime occurred between 4:30 and 4:47, so if the killer had to hide the toilet paper after the murder, it probably was at the warehouse where the two of them were. I see, that makes sense. From the culprit's perspective, they would have wanted to dispose of the toilet paper as quickly as possible. So how about the bathrooms? They can swap it out with a relatively small roll of toilet paper that's hanging there. And then, after putting it in their pocket or hiding it in their clothes, they stroll casually to their private room. No, that's not right either. That's right, because there was a decisive difference between the toilet paper hanging in the bathroom and the one that Kizuki carried around. Oh, my throat hurts, goddamn. Cut line. Fuck. Yeah, it was the first word that just showed up. I'm like, wait, it says cut line. Maybe that's it. Yeah, it's the cuts of the line in the toilet paper. It's the cut line. There's that slight difference. Cut line? Try to remember what happened before. Anyway, the verification in this bathroom is complete. It seems that none of the toilet paper has a perforation line. It's the same in the girls' bathrooms. How was it? There wasn't a perforation line here either. Do you remember none of the toilet paper in the bathroom had perforated or cut lines? Is that really important? It is important because that means the toilet paper was never put in the bathroom, or yeah. Toilet paper, what's that for? Actually, I have a bit of rhinitis since there's a lot of dust here and my nose keeps running. Yeah. Huh? Achoo, so cute. There are a lot of rolls of toilet paper stuck in the locker room's lockers, right? I brought one from there. So even then, Rico was like, yeah, it's in the lockers. Why do you have to go through this convoluted yada yada yap fest? Kizuki then tore off a bit of the tissue along the perforated line and rubbed it on her nose. The toilet paper Kizuki brought had perforated lines. I explained it earlier, remember? Oh, did that happen? The existing cutting lines cannot disappear, right? So the bathroom is also not the correct answer. That's right, so the remaining answer is Miyuki? What's the point in deliberating? There's only one choice left now. It's right there, in the locker room. If you mean the locker rooms, then... I felt the murmuring. Perhaps some have already noticed the unexpected turn of events. This is funny, because the three suspects are Kana, Jumanji, and Miyuki. And since the lockers are the suspected location, Miyuki's like, oh, fuck. That means I'm the only one who is able to go into the locker room, the men's locker room, and get the toilet paper from there. Shit. Yeah, that's right. It was impossible to enter either the men's locker room or the women's locker room. So which choice do you think they had? That's... So it started working... Wait a second. Worked a lot. Who's... yeah. Miss Misaki and Miss Tsubaki, you mentioned you spent time together in the women's locker room from 15 to 45. Yeah, no doubt about it. It's the same logic as the warehouse. Of course, you can't bring in the toilet paper if someone's inside. And that means... the culprit is male. The second and final condition, the culprit is male. Yeah, that's the final conclusion. After a dizzying feat of deduction, the essence unearthed after putting our heads together, it's clear who the culprit is. There's absolutely no way they wouldn't know. Their name is... it's me. I tattled on myself, which means Miyuki Nozomi. I'm saying there's no one else here who could be the culprit but you. What? What do you mean? Miyuki Nozomi is the culprit, that's the only conclusion I reach. It can't be. Miyuki, even if the others don't know, you must perfectly understand the deductions made so far. You know as well as I do how meaningless that answer is in this situation. It seems like you're denying the crime. If that's the case, tell me. Explain why you are not the culprit. Dude, you can't enter the locker room because you're hydrophobic. You're afraid of water. You faint at the you faint at the first sign of a huge body of water. He's saying nothing at all. Come on, Miyuki, is it you? Wait, the argument hasn't concluded yet. For now, put away your sharp stares and gather our thoughts. Even if it didn't end perfectly, Miss Misaki, what specific points do you think need further clarification? I haven't quite figured it out yet, but don't you think we should try to retrace our steps anyway? Yeah, I think there are plenty of reasons to examine it more closely. There's no harm in being careful, even if the odds seem high. It's ultimately a matter of our lives on the line. Though it's rather suspicious that you're not saying anything at all. I can't think at all. I want to shout absolutely not right now, but that's all I can do. No evidence or logic has been given to me that I am not the culprit. My mind is a complete mess, like neurons tangled and twisted in every turn. I am not the culprit. Right now I am the only one who knows that better than anyone. So what argument should I make? How can I save everyone from the brink of extinction? It's not that I have nothing to say. Can I ask a few things? Wait, let me just... my throat really hurts. Yeah, of course. Misaki and Tsubaki said they left the changing room at 45 minutes, but Mikawa brought the ladder at 47 minutes, right? Can we elaborate more during that 2-minute window? In other words, how do you clean the murder scene in between the 2 minutes, and how do you want to tell the possibility that you immediately ran to the men's locker room? To put the toilet paper there? Yeah, that's it. It's not impossible. They ran into Mikawa on the stairs in the middle of it. Meaning as soon as Kuzo and Tsubaki disappeared from the second floor, Mikawa appeared. And right after that, Kuzo came back up saying she was going to get a towel. Then later she locked herself in the locker room again to work out. Even if the culprit somehow finished with the murder at 43 minutes, spent 1 minute eliminating evidence, and then left the scene in another minute, they still couldn't have entered the women's locker room. Still, toilet paper can be disposed of at any time, right? If you wait until Misaki leaves. Why wait for that? You expect them to stand outside the door holding a toilet paper they can't even hide in their pocket until Kuzo comes out quietly? But isn't that case? Misaki alone testifies, credibility drops. What is that guy saying? It seems that the claim that she returned to the locker room and stayed until the hour is considered less reliable because it was only Miss Misaki's testimony alone. Yeah, that's right, of course. I can vouch for her when we were together, but after we broke up, I can't say for sure about Misaki's actions. That doesn't mean Misaki is the culprit, though. Seems like there's some misunderstanding. Kuzo was already been excluded due to condition number 1. What we're discussing right now is condition number 2. Number 1, what does those numbers mean? Like they said, the person without an alibi from 4:30 to 4:47 is the culprit. That's condition 1. A male is the culprit could be the second condition, don't you think? I see, I understand now. Your story about the toilet paper is ultimately only addressing condition 2, therefore, since Misaki was already excluded as a suspect due to the first condition, her testimony can be considered credible. The testimony of those excluded from suspicion can be trusted. Really now? As mentioned just now, it is undoubtedly an extremely important point in deduction. By the same logic, the testimony of the coward guy who broke up with the engineer girl is also credible. Thus, the only place the culprit could have put the toilet paper is the men's locker room, right? That's the conclusion. Do you have any other counter-arguments? Wouldn't there be other ways to dispose of the toilet paper, like flushing it down the toilet, for example? That seems impossible. You said it was almost an unused toilet paper, right? Yeah, it was bulky. You can't just flush it whole, can you? You have to loosen it a little, tear it a little, and flush it a little at a time. Even after using the toilet, you have to wait a bit for the water to flush down. Doesn't that take too much time? It'll probably take at least 20 minutes or more. If you get greedy and the toilet accidentally gets clogged, it could serve as a very damning evidence. They can't spend that much time on covering up the evidence. If someone catches them in the meantime, it's all over, plus it's vandalism. Or maybe reducing the size, how about that? After unraveling all the toilet paper, they'll take off their clothes and wrap it all around themselves. They should be able to make it work somehow. Doesn't that feel similar to flushing it down the toilet? It's a lot of work just to take everything off, and then when you have to put it all back on, how can you keep anyone from noticing? I see. You guys gonna help? Are there no other counter-arguments? From the start, everything you said could be refuted with basic arguments that are already established. Don't you think we need to come up with more innovative ideas to have a meaningful discussion? Let's say I mention the culprit's name first. Naturally, countless question marks would follow. Why is that person the culprit? Then I'll have to explain one by one why that guy is the culprit. Since you can't figure it out yourself, it'll probably take a while for you to understand. The most important reason is that the culprit, upon hearing my explanation, immediately comes up with an excuse, while giving them a chance to fight back. Yeah, that makes sense. But if we identify the culprit based on a conclusion that everyone agrees on through discussion, doesn't that mean the culprit's escape route is blocked? That's exactly what I mean. You understand now, Tsubaki. Yeah, that makes... I could finally see how cunning Shitanda was. A criminal cornered like this would definitely be unable to come up with any excuses. They'd essentially be hanging themselves. Yeah, that's why that guy is fucking awesome. But I am not the culprit. That is something I know best. Nevertheless, I find myself offering only basic excuses that don't even stand up to counter-arguments, spewing out unconvincing attempts of persuasion. To think I discovered this danger at a time like this, it's already too late. Seems Mr. Miyuki is finished with his rebuttal. Is he starting to run out of answers? I don't know. I don't want to doubt Miyuki, but I don't think he can argue any further. Me too, the fact that I have to doubt is so painful, but maybe this could be the final answer. No, please don't give up on me, just a little longer. I have to think this through with everyone. Miyuki, do you have anything else to say? It doesn't have to be a logical rebuttal. So just say something. I'm not the culprit. What's the reason? Because I'm afraid of a big body of water. I can't go into the men's locker room, dude. You're still not giving up? Didn't I mention this before? I hate wasting time more than anything. Okay. How long must I watch you keep your mouth shut without even offering an effective response? Choose one of the two. Either rack your brain trying to figure it out or just admit it. Oh my god, am I recording properly? Oh, thank goodness. What the fuck? I can't even fight back? Okay. It's a visual representation of me being fucked up. Are you still going to make such superficial arguments? Without fresh perspective, it's too fast. Are you fine if you... God damn it. So, even someone like you, when you're being accused, you still have... Yeah, you really think people will be able to read that fast? Is this really the answer? We don't even know Miyuki's motives to begin with. Actually, that motive is also ambiguous. Unlike the first motivation, which would have shocked anyone, was it impossible to predict what influence this new motive would have? This incident is said to be a crime of passion, so only Miyuki knows what triggered him to wield the weapon. There are no clues we can obtain about his emotional turmoil. We talked our heads off on the first day, didn't we? Saying you were late, that you had amnesia, that there was something suspicious about you, that we couldn't trust you. It might have been a reason that couldn't be imagined by ordinary thinking. Even so, I didn't expect something like this. Person they can't trust? Those words severed the last rope I was desperately clinging to at the edge of a cliff. I know full well that I'm not a murderer, right? On what basis? On a topic I don't even remember considering. Yeah, maybe there's no need to hide it anymore. I fear I held for the other side of my consciousness, a place I didn't know if it would be empty or, on the contrary, overflowing. There have been countless nights spent pondering myself, fantasizing, and then trying to fall asleep. There were also times when I tried to grasp through the pages of lost memories, attempting to move forward. I can no longer ignore the proposition that I do not trust myself, which I have been desperately trying not to acknowledge. During that 1 hour, the estimated time of Kizuki's death, did I really take a nap in my private room? You doubt that? Is there really a 0% chance that I might have unconsciously gotten up and gone to look for Kizuki? Bad end? Fucking really? Opening the door, walking down the hallway. He's not saying anything. Perhaps it's true. It may be some kind of recognition. Arrived at the library, took out a book. Miyuki, he seems a bit suspicious. I saw it before. There were many videos in his motive, like water or something. I'm not so sure about this. Walking softly on the carpet, approaching Kizuki. You're really saying Miyuki is the culprit? Seems like we're starting to reach a consensus. Should we move straight to voting? I'm starting to get restless just sitting here. Then can we conclude that our deduction ends here? Does anyone have any final thoughts or opinions? Ooh. So, we think Miyuki Nozomi is the culprit will be our final answer. Shitanda, what do you think? That's wrong. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, finally he remembers that, oh yeah, I can't go in the locker room because I'm afraid of goddamn water. That's wrong. Wow, that's surprising. You're the kind of person who can make that much noise. So, you finally have a proper rebuttal this time. Yes, I finally remembered. The reason for why I can't be the culprit. Don't give up on me, okay? Let's figure this out together, alright? No, I was wrong to act all high and mighty about finding the person who killed Kizuki when I can't even come up with this much on my own. I'll win. I'm not going to fall for the culprit's trap anymore. So are you going to tell us? I'm curious to know the reason. The reason why I'm not the culprit is because there are 2 other people here who can support that explanation besides me. But neither of them seems very reliable. Kana, do you mind if I ask you something? Yeah? Why her? They're the person who can prove I'm not the culprit. It's a rather unexpected name to be brought up, if I'm being honest. Hey, why are you treating me like this? Based on what we mentioned earlier, you remember, right? My hydrophobia. Hydrophobia? What you talking suddenly? Hydrophobia? Right, actually, I have that condition. It might sound a bit unexpected. It's definitely a bit sudden, I must admit. No way, hydrophobia? How did you find that out? Even I, who has been gathering all sorts of information about you, am hearing this for the first time. Have you been hiding this until now? Miyuki, you drank water from a cup without hesitation when you were eating, didn't you? Is that unrelated? Yeah, you're right. Seems like he's showering regularly too. So many questions are coming up since this is such a sudden announcement. Hydrophobia is typically described as a fear of water that is contained or stagnant and has depth. It's not a problem with just a cup of water or the water from a shower. There's no need to think it's strange. Hydrophobia often happens in such cases. In severe cases, even washing is impossible, but usually they fear something containing or pulling water with depth. It's not strange you didn't notice since there's never been a deep pool here before. Awesome. Kizuki, you're truly leaving me with the right answers, aren't you? So how does that prove that Miyuki is not the culprit? Kana will tell you that. Kana, you met Kizuki and I in the locker room while investigating when the second floor first opened, right? Do you remember that? Please, answer as honest as you can. Yeah, at that time. Oh, can I tell them about it? Hey, I told you to shut up. No wait, why is everyone picking on me? I'm the one of the few people who clearly knows the truth. What are you talking about? There's nothing to listen to. They're just trying to muddy the waters somehow. No, actually, even Shitanda knows this story. Maybe he even knows it better than Kana. What? However, I couldn't trust him at all, so I was just trying to get testimony from Kana. Aren't both of them fine? It also allows for cross-verification. That's right, even if Mr. Shitanda were to have all ill intentions again, Miss Kana is here. Okay, that's convincing, I'll allow it. So, do you want to start with Shitanda's story? Do you think people are like machines that spit out testimonies just because you poke at them? I volunteered to speak, raising my hand of my own accord, but if this is how I'm treated, my mood just completely plummets. Say it. Okay, if ego's going to be like that, I can't help it. I'll tell ya. As Kana said earlier, Miyuki's motive video was completely about water. I wondered what the motivations of a person with amnesia might be, and as I glanced at it, all I saw were quick flashes of waterfalls, lakes, rivers, and oceans. I looked at Miyuki's expression thinking something was off, and he looked terribly frightened. Miyuki's changing expressions aren't exactly common either, so I started to wonder if he has some connection to water. That's definitely not a usual occurrence. Yeah, it's quite a remarkable thing. What sort of image do you guys have of me? See, you're saying that with a completely blank expression. Even if it's to reveal the truth, having my secrets peeled back layer by others isn't a pleasant thing. I can't even begin to imagine what Tadara was feeling during that last trial. Anyway, I couldn't stop thinking about it afterward, and eventually, the opportunity came. While investigating the second floor, I unexpectedly ran into Miyuki, and wouldn't you know it, the location was the locker rooms. So I opened the door leading straight to the pool. I've never seen someone have such a severe seizure before. His eyes rolled back, he screamed and rolled around on the floor. What did you say? Seriously? Yeah, I was curious to see how he would react, so I showed it to him. I was worried things were getting dangerous, so I pulled him out right away. Since Kizuki and Kana, who were in the women's locker room next door, had also come out because they heard the noise, they knew about it too. Oh, since Kizuki is gone, it's just Kana alone now. I had no idea you experienced such a severe phobia. Wait, you're just brushing it off like it's nothing, but you almost killed someone, didn't you? You are truly the worst, Mr. Shitanda, to go to such lengths just to satisfy your curiosity. Let's stop there in any case. I understand that Mr. Miyuki suffers from hydrophobia. Miss Kana, is there any falsehood in that testimony? No, it's exactly the same as what I recall. Then there's nothing to suspect. The question is how that proves Miyuki isn't the culprit, you fucking moron. There's no need to worry about that. There are 3 facts that can be known from my testimony just now. 3 facts? First, Miyuki is very afraid of water. That's a given. Oh, so now you realize, you dumb bitch. Secondly, Miyuki has a seizure the moment deep water enters his field of vision. With that time, Miyuki was extremely far from the pool entrance, but just a glimpse of the pool was enough to trigger such severe reaction. Third, the men's and women's locker rooms are not soundproof. If a scream happens in the men's locker room, it would be natural to hear it from the women's locker room, and vice versa. And it started to fucking rain, really, dude? I'm so far from the fucking recording, man. That sounds odd. It sounds like Miyuki would have had a seizure in the men's locker room. Yeah, a seizure would have happened. There's a reason why too. That is because... Alright, then it's just Kana's alibi. Oh wait, no it's not. Bitch. Right. I think Monokuma said something about the broken locker room door or something. Yeah. Monokuma told us the pool door was broken from 4 to 6 p.m. Oh, to put it briefly, the doors leading to the pool are broken, both on the men's and women's locker rooms. I left them open around 4 to 6 p.m. because it was stuck that way. Figuring I couldn't wait any longer, I fixed it up real nice while you guys were investigating. Even so, it might break down again, so I'm planning to keep this door out of service for a while. The killer's opportunity to hide the toilet paper was right after the murder, when they were leaving the scene, so it would have been somewhere between 4:30 to 4:47. But at that time, the swimming pool door of the men's locker room was open. What do you think would have happened if I had stepped into the men's locker room in that state? With the sight of the swimming pool spread out before you, it might have triggered a seizure right away. And there's no way Sabaki and I, who were right next door in the women's locker room at the time, wouldn't have heard that. Now that I think about it, that's true, isn't it? Hey Monokuma, are you sure the testimony you gave earlier? Yeah, that's correct. As I told you before, I never lie about trial-related matters. Then Miyuki isn't the culprit either? Could we think of some other possibilities? For example, if Mr. Miyuki had opened the door a little, he might not have been very surprised to see the water. If he only opens the door a little, wouldn't he be able to get inside? He opens it just a little to check who was inside, and then he carefully enters while avoiding to look at the water. I think that should resolve the issue, and it's not a particularly time-consuming task. That being said, even when I just opened the door a little back then, he immediately had a seizure, so this possibility doesn't seem right, does it? In the midst of it all, I never expected such an intense reaction just by slightly opening it. After watching the motor video, he was surprised for just a moment. Besides, anyone who has ever slightly opened a random door and peeked inside would know this. The view you get through that narrow gap is much wider than you may expect. I think it's at least significant enough that it can't be ignored. What do you think? I don't know anything about phobias, and I haven't seen Miyuki have a panic attack, so I'm not very convinced. And what really bothers me is that the person who saw it up close was none other than Shitanda. Me again? If it were true, wouldn't it seem quite difficult to see Miyuki as the culprit? To be honest, I'm quite concerned about the fact that it is Shitanda's testimony. Still, I want to believe that testimony. At least it's better than bad-mouthing Miyuki. I guess this is alright. No, it's not about criticizing or defending. If that's the focus, the question of who the actual culprit is won't fundamentally be solved. Still, I can understand her feeling. It's easier to trust someone than to blame someone. But if Miyuki isn't the culprit, then the number of suspects goes back to 0, right? Then who on earth is the culprit? Another dead end? Didn't I just tell you? The culprit set a trap. We fell for it twice already. At this point, it's clear that this is just someone's misdirection, right? And they can tell where our reasoning is headed. Miss Ego, does anything else come to mind? Have we hit a dead end? First, Shitanda, you definitely testified correctly, right? You're not lying again, are ya? You're wrong, so wrong. Your deduction went off track and you went attacking an innocent person into this. Are you trying to twist things around? You're the one who created this unbelievable situation with all your deceit. You must understand it's not so strange about me suspecting you, right? That doesn't change the fact that Miyuki is not the culprit. I repeat, if Miyuki had actually tried to go into the locker room, he wouldn't have missed seeing the pool, and there's no way he wouldn't have a seizure either. Looks like you're feeling pretty confused now that your confident deductions turned out to be wrong, huh? God, I fucking love this guy. Another mistake. Wait, this setup feels like deja vu, or is it just me? What do you mean? You mean that time? During the previous trial, while discussing how the cloth could have been taken to the scene, she overlooked the bag that the blind girl was carrying and apologized for it? Yeah, that's exactly it. Failing to notice the cello case that was right there in plain sight and thus missing the obvious cues. If she would have just paid a little attention, she would have realized the phobia and not made a false deduction that nearly led everyone to their deaths. Which one do you think is more sinister? Oops, now that I think about it, it seems both of those things were done by the same person. Oh god, this guy is fucking brilliant. Don't push it now. More exactly, Miyuki's hydrophobia is something that could be known if I just paid a little attention. Among those who know, including you, there are only 3 of us here. How would you have known? Well, by luck? By chance? Are you seriously not understanding why I'm putting up with all this criticism just to stay with this group that Kuzu leads? What? Deduction or reasoning is not like math where 1 plus 2 is 3, you idiot. People are not symbols like numbers or letters, but independent entities with will and individuality. You must carefully observe and remember each detail, storing the information away before you can even begin to deduce anything. For such a reason, you didn't want to be separated from us? Understanding and observing others is fundamental. How can you act all high and mighty about making deductions when you don't even know that much? Because you're so caught up in that ego, you also overlook his phobia, and your vision narrows naturally, causing you to miss other obvious possibilities. Fuck! Speechless! Enough. Ego did her best, and the investigation has actually made progress. If I hadn't ordered you to keep your mouth shut, we wouldn't have made it this far without her help, would we? Even if the outcome was not good, we have no right to criticize that effort. Because of that effort, we almost got killed, didn't we? Okay, fine, I was just making a fair criticism. You might think that way, but does criticizing ego solve anything in this situation? We are looking for the culprit who killed the person, not the one who made the wrong deduction, do you understand? No, but the fact that she's even trying to deduce things is dangerous. Oh god, you make so much sense though. Stop doing that. Go ahead and try saying something pointless. Try me. I don't think you've forgotten what permission I was asked from everyone since yesterday, have you? What? Are you going to hit me? You've already accepted corporal punishment, haven't you? If you don't listen, I'll have no choice but to use force. I don't like that. If I get hit by you, it won't just end with a broken bone or two. I've hardly ever experienced corporal punishment, and I don't like it either. But remember, I can compromise my beliefs as much as I want when dealing with someone who doesn't understand me. Got it? I'll control myself. Please, spare me. So, Shitanda, judging by your words and actions until now, it seems you've already given your answer. Is the conclusion that Miyuki is the culprit correct or not? It is not, that is certain. If you catch me lying again, feel free to twist my ankles. What part is the problem? Because based on the current conclusion, the culprit shouldn't even exist. No need to overthink it. Remember, the trap the culprit set that Jumanji mentioned earlier, you all fell right into it perfectly. So then, what kind of trap is that? Don't rush. Think about the characteristics of the weapon, then the answer will come to you. The weapon? If it's the weapon, then... Yeah, the book, yes, is weapon. Starting the library, yeah, the dangerous book. You mean the whole Speak Academy Class 59 graduation album? Yeah, is that really the weapon? What are you saying? Is he suggesting we cast doubt on the murder weapon? That would be like shaking the very foundation of the deduction. If we go into some more detail, something might come to mind. Oh crap, not again. Oh, I hate this fucking minigame. Whoa, holy shit. Okay. Okay. Fucking game. Why was the the book? What? The bookcase says blood and skin tissue. Yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Fucking. Okay. Come on, jump. Oh, I'm such a fucking idiot. I jumped over the dash pad. Fuck. Yeah. Second question. Is it possible to remove the book? Yeah. I mean, it can be removed, stupid. Oof. Okay. Enough of this. Supposed to go for it can be removed. Oh, mother of a goat. Shut up. Fucking hate this minigame. Such a useless minigame. Doesn't even give you time to think. Fuck you. How does this help with the brain power shit? This makes no sense. Just two more. Well, at least the music's good. Bullshit. Come on, man. Calm down. Calm. Second question. Is it possible to remove the book from the book? It can be removed. Fucking piece of shit. Oh fuck, I hate this piece of garbage. Third question. There are many books. I mean, there are a lot of books in the goddamn library. Of course there are gonna be many. Oh god. More loop-to-loop shit. Please, enough. Oh, thank god. Oh, thank goodness. I fucking hate minigames. Jesus. Let's resume. Let me just take a sip of my coffee. So that's how it is. They can switch the case of the album used as the murder weapon with another album. What did you say? That's right. The graduation albums of Host Big Academy have the same size and thickness, making them indistinguishable. I haven't really looked at the other albums. Is that true? I saw them too during investigation. Every one of them looked the same. The only difference is the number written on the book's spine. In other words, all cases are identical. Well, of course, not only are the cases identical, but the size and thickness of the books are perfectly the same, and there are many of them lined up like this. That design is a bit of a failure, isn't it? You can't tell them apart just by looking at the case, can you? If that's the case, then what exactly happened? I understand the swap is possible, but the reason we initially suspected the 59 class album was involved in the crime was because blood and skin tissue were found stuck to the case containing the album. But that's an issue that can be easily manipulated by swapping out the case. First, they kill Kizuki with an album other than the 59th album. Then wait until Shinano brings the 59th album. After that, when the opportunity arises, swap the case of the 59th album and the album used as the weapon, and it is done. It's such a simple trick that it hardly qualifies as a trick at all. Yeah. I then asked, what is culprit trying to deceive with trick? Well, of course, it's when the crime happened before 4:30. Yeah, that makes sense. The culprit was trying to hide the fact that they could have committed the crime before 4:30. We deduced the time of the crime was after 4:30 p.m. because Shinano put the 59 album in the library at 4:30, right? Yep. Because they switched the album thingy. It's like, oh fuck, the time got distorted. But if the crime possible, according to reasoning, even before Shinano arrives, understood. Doesn't that completely overturn the course of our reasoning? Yep. Then all our alibis until now will be completely useless, wouldn't they? Yep. Alright, right. All the culprit did was briefly return to the scene and swap the album's case. Because of that, completely opposite interpretations have emerged. It's quite efficient, isn't it? Even such a simple trick can cause a lot of confusion. Hey, self-proclaimed leader, pull out the first list of alibis I gave you earlier once more. You mean this? Right, here it is. So what happens now is, the culprit used a trick to make it seem like the crime occurred after 4:30 p.m. So that automatically means the crime must have happened before 4:30 p.m., right? But this is important. The logic still holds that the crime occurred while that coward was leaving with the ladder. That's a deduction built without any relation to the weapon, isn't it? Absolutely, there's no doubt about that, right? Ultimately, it is concluded that the crime occurred between 4:18 and 4:30 p.m. Looking at the alibis back then, the engineer girl and the coward were together from 18 to 45 minutes, so they're excluded. Hey, I told you to call people by their names. It's shade like that, we can't figure out who you're talking about right away. A rather intuitive nickname, wouldn't you say? Alright, then let me tell ya. Okay, so Ego and Mikao were together from 18-minute mark to 45-minute mark, so they're out. Sabaki and I were together from 15-minute mark to 45-minute mark, so we don't apply either. It was proven by Tadara and Justin that Sarashina was at the dining hall from 15 to 50 minutes. Tadara and Justin, it just goes without saying why they don't need to be mentioned. Is that the end? What happens to the remaining suspects then? Kana, Shitanda, Shinano, Jumondo, Tomoe, and Miyuki, 6 people in total. Why am I included again like this? But anyway, I say women are incapable of committing the crime, right? Can't we just exclude them? Isn't that outdated argument? The estimated time of crime has changed. Even if the estimated time of the crime changed, the fact that there was nowhere to hide the tissue remains the same. Because Igo and Mikawa were in the warehouse from the 18th to the 45-minute mark, and Tsubaki and I were in the women's locker room from the 15th to the 45th mark. In other words, the only place to hide the toilet paper is the men's locker room, so the logic that a man is the culprit remains intact. And I should be excluded too. If that logic holds, then that logic that I am not the culprit will also remain intact. Yep. So, who would it be? Then the ones remaining are Shitanda, Shinano, and Tomoe. Oh my. 3 newly identified suspects. This time the culprit must be among them, right? Can I say this? The most suspicious one seems to be Shitanda. Understood. Me again? No, honestly, that's true. This isn't nitpicking or prejudice. There's a basis for it. Shitanda was one of the 3 people whose alibi was certain from the beginning, along with Justin and Tadara. But now, isn't he one of the final suspects? If we're talking about someone who benefited from a trick, it's obviously Shitanda. What's more, back then all of a sudden they even tried to deceive us, and while I can't deny this, when I hear it like this, it does seem objectively suspicious. But don't forget, Shinano, you are also one of the suspects. It's not me. If we're calling who's the culprit, it's definitely this guy, of course. They always manage to ruin the mood, and their deductions always lead us in the wrong direction. If they're not the culprit, then who is? Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't mind if this guy ended up being dead on this occasion. Whoa, critical hit. Especially Jumanji, it really hurts to hear those words from ya. Now the deductions are still underway. Instead of indiscriminately casting blame, perhaps you could all lower your voices. But Tomoe, you're also one of the suspects. That I cannot deny. In any case, I thought that logical reasoning should take priority over baseless slander. That's right, we still need to go a step or 2 further. There must still be a way to turn 3 people into 1. How to approach the idea will be a new challenge, I suppose. No, there's no need to bring that up. It's already blatantly revealed. Really? Did you figure out who the culprit is? How? It's blatantly obvious. What does that mean? Questions are pouring in. First off, to answer Sarashina's question, of course that's because another clue has emerged regarding the culprit's movements. Up until now, all we know about the culprit's movements was that they hit Kizuki at the scene and ran off, then hid the toilet paper in the men's locker room. But because of that deduction, we got additional information that the culprit returned to the scene and switched the case. I see. So the culprit, Mr. Shinano, who needed to return to the scene after leaving the 59 album there at 30 minutes. Basically, anything after 30-minute mark doesn't count, right? The culprit tried to frame those without alibis between the 30th and 47th-minute mark using the trick, didn't they? Of course, the culprit must have had an alibi from 30 minutes to 47 minutes, so there's no way they could have gone back to the scene during that time, right? So then the culprit would be the person without an alibi from 4:47 to 5 p.m.? This will make it even narrower, right? Misaki, quickly check out that alibi list. No, that won't be the case. Huh? Why? Isn't the basis for the hour something you associate with Kizuki's presumed time of death? However, re-entering the murder scene is not limited to only during the estimated time of death. It can only be done at any time without any problem. If you don't hide the toilet paper immediately after murder, the risk is high, but in the case of the weapon, it's different. It can be substituted at any time. Still, if you get caught before you make the switch, doesn't that mean you can't use that entire trick? I think it's better to quickly rush to the scene and switch them out as soon as the 47-minute mark has passed. If they're caught before reaching the scene, they can simply discard the entire trick. I believe that acting cautiously is more in line with the behavior of an ordinary person than recklessly charging ahead without considering the situation. What do you think? That's certainly a valid point. Alright, then let's include that in our calculations and try to deduce it. How? We don't know the alibis for after 5 p.m., do we? Well, since we're at it, why don't we just listen to them now? Those three guys over there, what did you do from 5 to 6 p.m. before our dinner gathering? No, there's no need to do that, Tsubaki. What? During the investigation, I came across some pieces of information rather incidentally. Interestingly, just those alone are enough to figure out who the culprit is. Who is it? The time for atonement has arrived. No one in this space can stop me. Is she talking about the ripped toilet scrap or something? Yeah, toilet paper part? No matter what anyone says, I will definitely point out the culprit myself. Shinano. Mr. Shinano is the culprit? What is this? Eek, I can't believe it. Shinano, how could you do this? How could you? No, I'm innocent. I simply called your name. Relax. I see. Yeah, right. I knew I believed in you. It's too late now. I'll remember this until the day I die. Anyway, doesn't anyone remember what Shinano said after showing us the video of the dining hall? How do you remember that? Of course I remember. It went like this. That's it. There's over an hour of video left after this. Is it okay to stop here? We chatted among the three of us until the 6 p.m. dinner gathering. There was nothing special, so you don't need to watch it. Were you with Mikawa the whole time? I thought he wouldn't be able to hold out and would have bailed by then. I just couldn't escape. How embarrassing. It's all been recorded. That's what you needed. Yeah, I didn't remember it very clearly either, so thanks for clarifying. That's amazing, seriously. Yeah, that's right, hearing that brings it all back. Shinano said that he stayed at the diner with Kana and Mikawa until 6 p.m. after that. After the group gathered at the diner for the evening gathering, everyone acted together. There wouldn't have been a chance to visit the scene and switch the case. Right, Kana, Mikawa, everyone remembers, right? Yeah, of course. If we had chatted, we would have been in big trouble. You're definitely off the suspect list. And the remaining people... Next is the part where Shitana testified to his alibi, stating that he was tagging along after Justin and Tadaira. Jumanji, do you remember this too? Not a problem. So you just stopped by the dining hall briefly and left, and I was wondering what was that about. I had no idea something like that happened. So the three of you were together the whole time until 6 p.m.? That's probably how he is. He was like a leech that never let go for a single moment. Yikes, critical. You've been following her around for a while now. This could easily be called stalking, you know? Please refrain from doing that next time. It was like that. No need to explain, right? Chitana, just like Shinano, didn't deviate from the path until 6 PM and remained near to Daira and Justin. There would not have been a chance to switch. Affirmative, he was there, within always sight. Then... The moment when the denominator decreases from 2 to 1. All veils are stripped away, and in this moment, only one person remains within my sight. For the sake of this moment, I have barely held onto my heart, which feels like it's about to burst, all for this very moment. I raised my finger and pointed it forward to declare the only possibility left. There is no one else it could be but you. Sup, bro? Yep, he's exactly who I picked because remember in daily life when Rika was discussing about fingerprints and all that stuff, and then Tomoe was like, "Oh my goodness, this wouldn't what was that called? What if the culprit was like to figure out something, etc." I think I remember something. Yeah, that part. And Tomoe was immediately answered like, "Oh, am I the culprit, etc." Like that foreshadowing is like, I look for that kind of stuff in scenes, and that's the only reason, that's the actual reason why I picked Tomoe as the culprit in the what do you call it, before the pre-trial, because the game asks, who do you think is the criminal, you know? Rintaro Tomoe. That's impossible. Rintaro Tomoe, I'm quite perplexed. Everyone seems to be giving me the cold shoulder. What's going on? I guess it can't be helped. Everyone knows by now there are no more variables. There's no longer any room for the culprit to manipulate things, and there's no chance of the case taking another turn. You're the culprit. No, but why are you so sure? Is it possible that there are other possibilities we haven't considered yet? You of all people, Mr. Miyuki, would have known better than anyone, having once been labeled the culprit yourself, wouldn't you? If anything, it is because I was the one desperately trying to find a breakthrough that I know this so well. There are no more loopholes in the logic we've established. But this is unfair. How can you say I did something I truly did not do? Saying it like that, it makes it hard to argue. Just focus on one thing, please. You don't even like looking for the culprit, do you? Still, while it's undoubtedly true that one must be cautious when life is at stake, it's becoming hard to deny that we've truly reached the end. No, but can we really just decide things like that? Are you sure there isn't some other trick we're not expecting? I think we need to look into this a bit more thoroughly. Isn't there someone among us who has already thought of the idea of switching the case right away? We need to thoroughly examine whether the culprit has secretly tampered with anything else, or if there's something we overlooked. That's right. Just as there have been 2 previous instances, couldn't new possibilities arise again? No, the verification on that has already been completed. Since we're at it, should I say it? Yes, I would appreciate it if you could. Think about it logically. How could the culprit know that the kid with the camera was going to bring the weapon to the library at 4:30 PM and then use that to set up the trick? Oh. Wow, that's definitely true, isn't it? If Shinano didn't know they were bringing the weapon, it wouldn't have even crossed their mind as a trick, would it? The kid with the camera isn't the type to go around bragging about it, so if the culprit knew about it, there's only one possibility, right? It's about witnessing Shinano directly. I'm talking about Shinano walking down the hallway, holding the album. I imagine they were hiding the toilet paper, then frantically running towards the private rooms when they bumped into someone. Right, of course, the culprit would have evaded the camera kid, and thus the camera didn't capture anything damning. Right, I saw no one or anything in between. And also, could you please stop calling me that way? The culprit, seeing that, figured from experience that it would take about 30 minutes to get to the library, and immediately incorporated that into their plan. The misfortune of almost being discovered after running into Mr. Shinano became the starting point at the 30-minute mark for yet another trick. That's what's so frightening. But wouldn't that make the trick a little flimsy? There's no guarantee I went straight to the library with the book. I could have stopped by the bathroom on the way. That's, We'll go over that later for a smoother explanation. For now, just keep it in mind. What's up with you all of a sudden? So how does that connect to me being the culprit in any other way? Let's go back to the story about encountering the camera kid. At that time, the culprit must have seen the album the camera kid was carrying. It just occurred to me, if you swap that with the weapon you had, you'll have an alibi. So what would the culprit do as soon as possible? That's probably... Oh yeah, meet someone as soon as possible. Yeah, that makes sense. Meet someone as soon as possible. If they swap the album Shinana left behind, wouldn't that flip this estimated time of the crime from before 40 p.m. to after 4:30 p.m.? As the culprit, you need to meet someone before it's too late, so you can establish an alibi and finally benefit from the trick. Exactly it. Well then, let's take another look at your alibi, you lanky, good-for-nothing bastard. Here, according to the list, Tomomi's alibi is 20 minutes. Went to the store at 30 minutes, had a conversation with Shitana until 53 minutes, conducted an investigation and returned to the private room. That's what you said. Starting just 30 minutes, and the fact that they coincidentally met someone who was already there is very similar to the suspect's movements, isn't it? Even more, considering that Shitana was already there and that you were the one who visited. It sounds like he was looking around to meet someone else, as if to create an alibi. So you're saying that he happened to meet Mr. Shitanda, who was there at the time? Well, of course, it's impossible to identify the culprit just based on this, but if you pinpoint a specific person and compare, you can get the picture. Your doubts that Shinana raised are also resolved. For the culprit, the worst case scenario was that you'd head straight to the library. In other words, you'd arrive there at 4:30 p.m. The earlier you put the album at the library, the harder it will be to establish an alibi. Frankly speaking, if they can't find a decent person within 30 minutes, they'll have to throw all the tricks they've come up with down the drain. So as the culprit, he would have felt relieved if he had an alibi for at least 30 minutes. I kinda understand, but then again, maybe not. Simply put, the culprit's biggest concern was the possibility that Shinana would arrive at 4:30 p.m. It seems like you're saying that it wouldn't have been a big problem if he arrived at the library even later. Am I understanding that correctly? Yes, correct. As expected from a leader. It is excessive to accuse me of being the culprit based solely on that. Isn't it just a mere assumption? There's no evidence whatsoever that Mr. Shinano and the culprit even met, is there? You say that after seeing the recent arguments, the moment that the culprit saw Shinano is now considered an established fact. And there's a continuation of that. How did the culprit know that the album Shinano was carrying was the 59th generation album? The case doesn't have any numbers written on it, and at best, they would only be written on the spine of the book. Really? It can't just be a coincidence. Is it just something they picked up from the book cart and put it there? Usually when you return a book, you just put it on the book cart. Isn't that an uncertain method? Although the crime may have been impulsive, the perpetrator's actions afterward were highly calculated. You wouldn't take a gamble like going back to the scene unless you had a near certain guarantee that the trick would work. I think I know. What that is? Do you remember I showed you that video as evidence, right? Oh god, not this again. So long. Is it really amazing is by mentioning these names I get to be a classmate with such great people. I accidentally only brought the 59 class album. I think I should set aside some time later and bring everything else at once to take photos. It's the video when he was walking the ground corridor near the stairs of the building on the first floor of the school. Shinano keeps talking about the 59th generation as he walks to the library. Hello. The culprit listened to this and deduced that the album I'm moving is the 59th generation album, right? Isn't that all there is to it? Even if the school building was wide and sounds could be heard far away, if someone was not in close proximity to Shinano, it would have been impossible to know the detailed circumstances. In other words, the culprit was likely near Shinano when he was walking to return books to the library. Was I being watched back then? Was Tomoe hiding somewhere out of sight watching me? That's ridiculous. What do others think? Is there anyone who has noticed the reason why I am not the culprit or the possibility of a new deception? Miss Eagle, do you have any idea at all? Anything would help. Ha! Finally shut your mouth. How pathetic, since you don't understand you're clinging to others. Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say it's pathetic. Even I felt almost exactly the same way before I miraculously remembered my fear of water. So, do you have to wait until something else comes to mind? That's going to be a bit annoying. The suspect keeps changing, which is entertaining to watch, but we can't stretch this out indefinitely. Yeah, holy shit, how long is this crap? There was no need for that in the first place, was there? That guy's definitely the culprit. Mr. Shitanda, if that's the case, who was the culprit you initially suspected? Was it Mr. Tomoe or... Why are you looking at me like that? No, well... Alright, I'll just tell you straight. The culprit I suspect is Tomoe. So that's the case. That's not... Did I say too much? That felt like a knockout blow. In that case, what if we do it like this? Actually, there was one mistake in my testimony. After meeting with Mr. Shitanda at 4:30 p.m., Mr. Shitanda was away from his place for about 8 minutes. It was under the pretense of going to the restroom. What do you mean? What are you talking about? I might have overlooked it because 8 minutes seems like such a short time, but isn't 8 minutes actually enough time to go up to the library and commit the murder? So the suspect is no longer just me. How it matters now. One of conditions of culprit a person without alibi from 18 to 30 minutes, unnecessary from 30 minutes onward. Isn't that because all those without an alibi between 30 and 47 minutes were eliminated as a suspect, opening up new possibilities? Based on Tomoe's current testimony, the alibis of both Shitanda and Tomoe have become less reliable, so there's no guarantee that the switching trick definitely took place. So that means Mr. Shitanda can't escape from the list of suspects either. Oh, I see. Understood. Hey, it's okay if you happen to have any more things you don't understand, please let me know. They're so adorable together. No, why are you even taking what they said seriously? It's obviously a ridiculous lie. Of course it's a lie. I stayed right where I was. Or how about the testimony that at around 4:20 p.m. I saw Mr. Miyuki going up the stairs? See, it's all just nonsense. He keeps tempting us down various paths. This is the very image of a culprit setting a trap itself. Oh, so you're finally admitting it? It's not just a delusion, huh? No, it's not what you're thinking. That means your deductions are a flimsy and superficial thing, vulnerable to being refuted at any moment. Please reconsider, please. I, Tomoe Rentaro, though lacking in both ability and wit, humbly beg of y'all, please find another way. Any way is fine. You don't have to believe me. However, just one different possibility. Even though I thought everything was completely locked, there's a tiny hole that exists. Just finding that one is enough for me. Please grant my request. I'm trembling in my vision. Once clear like a silver coin, dark clouds return to my thoughts. I said it with such confidence, but do I truly have an unwavering conviction that Tomoe is the culprit? Even as all the evidence, all the logic leads to a single conclusion, could there still be a tiny possibility that opens a new path? Thinking too much? Why is that? It's a good habit to reconsider. Yeah, just let it go. All I need is the determination to break through this situation. If we can't come to a conclusion, all the deductions we've made until now are meaningless. No, Tomoe, you are the culprit. It can't be any other way. Oh? In the end, is that what your conclusion is? After all this, isn't that what you all really want, is just to push me? Are you perhaps so tired of this ongoing mystery that you just want to quickly pick someone as a culprit and restore peace? That's not it. I, Rentaro Tomoe, cannot allow that. For your sake and for my sake, I cannot yield here. Even if you don't acknowledge me, I will struggle until the very end. Because you're wrong. To assert something so strongly without definitive proof, it will be hard to convince anyone. Even if I'm not as sharp as Mr. Shitanda or Miss Eagle, or even Mr. Miyuki, even if I'm not particularly capable, I only hope you know that my intentions for you have always been sincere. I will deny everything, please follow along closely. If I can present that definitive evidence, then that will be the end of this. Okay, what do we do? Hey look, it's an unidentified piece of paper. Probably thinking like this. Yeah, probably thinking like this. You're cornering me with logic, aren't you? You're thinking you're step away, something like that. No, that's not it. You don't even know how the killer obtained the weapon, did you? You also don't know the exact movements of the killer or the time of the crime. Furthermore, there is no evidence that the swap trick. I have the unidentified piece of paper. That's true, I suppose. What you're discussing is just empty logic, theoretical at best. It's nothing more than mere imagination. It's impossible to convince everyone. There's still evidence to have it presented. What could this possibly be pointed to? There you go. There is no evidence, but I have this piece of paper. Yeah. Thanks for giving it to me, bro. Wait, let me just take a quick break again. God, my throat is killing me, man. Okay, I'm back. God damn it. This trial really overstays its welcome. No, there is evidence. You saw it too, didn't you? Excuse me, what are you talking about? Besides, Sabaka and Mikawa, you've seen the evidence too. No? Mikawa and me too? What? That's, with this many people, surely not. Yes, I talked to you guys when you were in the middle of the fingerprint analysis, right? And then I found this. Then I took out the evidence that I had put in my pocket back then and showed it to everyone. What is that? It seems like a rather small object. I can't see it very well though. I can see. That is a small piece of paper. To be precise, it's a piece of toilet paper. This is something I found on the desk where I, along with the fingerprinting team, were working. Just looking at it, it's just trash. Right, is this what you call evidence? Of course, it's essentially trash, but there's something peculiar about this scrap of paper. Right, it wasn't there at first. What do you mean by that? The thing from back then, I remember now. It definitely wasn't there until you started talking to us. It suddenly appeared while we were talking, right? You mean it happened during the conversation? Right, that's exactly it. Isn't it obviously strange? Was it really that important? I honestly thought it was just some trash one of us dropped. I thought the same at first, that a piece of toilet paper stuck to someone's clothes and suddenly falling off. But is there really a chance that a piece of this size would stick to our clothes? It wasn't even wet or anything. I'm still not quite sure what you're trying to say. Think about it. When I spoke to you guys, you weren't really doing anything noteworthy, yet this piece of paper appeared. In other words, this piece of paper was very loosely fixed somewhere. And yet, why did it have to happen right when I spoke to you? It should happen earlier. That would have been normal. While they were watching, something special happened, didn't it? I don't know what it was, though. Something special, you say? What happened back then? Miyuki came over and asked something about the weapon. Ego gave some explanations and we collected fingerprints from the book. What did you do before collecting the fingerprints? We took the book out of the case first. That's it. That scrap of paper fell out when we pulled the book out of the case. What? Well, if that was the only action that was done, then that's probably the right answer, isn't it? So, what does that have to do with the swap trick? I think I know. That little piece of paper, it was wedged between the book and the case, wasn't it? Oh, it was there? Right, all the fingerprints on the case had already been collected by the time we talked. If it had been on the outside, there's no way the three of us wouldn't have noticed. And I thought a little about why that piece of paper might have gotten in there. Wouldn't it be difficult to assume that Shinano, who was the last to touch the book, put it in? It seems like something as small as a piece of tissue paper would be difficult to fit neatly into our case unless you went out of your way to put it in. Yeah, that's right. It wasn't me who put it there. So that's what proves the book was switched. It means the culprit had to take the book out of its case. The culprit took it out? How could such a conclusion be drawn from a mere scrap of paper? What's wrong? We've already done this countless times. Instead of using gloves, you're wrapping your hands in paper while investigating, right? There's no way. Are you trying to say the culprit was wearing tissues on their hands while taking the book and swapping it? Yeah, that's what I thought. Isn't that the only other option? The culprit's hands would have been soaked in sweat from the stress, so it wouldn't be strange if the tissue tore at the slightest friction. There's something else to pay attention here. The fact that the culprit wrapped tissue around her hand contradicts the circumstances, suggesting a spontaneous crime, as it implies the culprit was fully prepared. But the culprit didn't remove the book from its case immediately after the crime. In other words, the conclusion is that the culprit returned to the scene after committing the murder and removed the book from the case. Isn't that one piece of evidence suggesting a swap check was pulled off? I can't believe that such deep meaning was contained in something I just ignored as trash. If you still won't acknowledge this, then I have to drive the point home. Drive home? It's almost an extension of what we said earlier. Remember how we mentioned the culprit probably was Shinano? Oh, that's right. They wouldn't have been able to design the alibi trick using a swap if they hadn't seen him, right? But in actuality, designing the trick requires one more piece of information. Do you know what it is? What else do you need? The conditions for the disguised culprit were no alibi from 4:30 to 4:47 p.m. Oh, 47 minutes marks when Mr. Mikawa brought the ladder. Knowing that Mr. Mikawa took the ladder is also an essential element in the trick. Right, actually, the culprit must have noticed the ladder was missing from the library, so they play it off as a coincidence. Even so, they were risking going back to the scene, so they probably wanted to handle it properly. Oh, I see now. Man, I'm so sleepy. Misaki checked Tomoe's alibi on the list again. Let's see. Tomoe stopped by the warehouse at 20 minutes and saw Igo and Mikawa's faces. At this time, the existence of the lantern that Mikawa was using was confirmed. Wait, so then once you figure out that the switch trick was used, you could have identified Tomoe as the culprit. You can't do that. How would you know if someone secretly saw the coward guy going up to get the ladder? It's a bit unreasonable to identify the culprit with just that. But in a situation like this where the suspect has been identified, you can present it as one piece of evidence. I wish you told me a bit sooner. I almost doubted my own deduction. Really? I didn't know. Tomoe? I'm starting to wonder what kind of answer will you give this time. Then Tomoe is really the culprit? Tomoe, it's really you? How? How could you do this? You were so close with Kizuki, right? You even talked to her. Were all those things you said back then all lies? Oh, to have such wonderful people as my classmates. I and Tomoe will finally be able to find a good connection. Your words might become the clue. I feel far better now. What good connection? What classmate? If you can talk, then speak. Why did you kill Kizuki? No, you have to consider the context. What? Before saying that, did you forget what Tomoe said previously? Well, I'm not sure if I should be telling you this. Seems that my beliefs are wavering right now. Isn't that ridiculous? I don't know what that high and mighty conviction of yours is, but if you killed a friend you were so close to, it must be because of that. You stay quiet. What would you know? Dude, he has helped a ton. Now he's making such a fuss even when we're trying to deduce something. Seriously. Alright, calm down. We haven't even pinned Tomoe as the culprit yet. I consider it favorable selection sufficiently. Fashion models speak. Are you the culprit? Not yet. What? It's not time yet. I'm still not ready yet. This is the first time I've seen Tomoe not using honorifics. You're not ready? Tomorrow, what do you mean? He's not talking to us, is he? How would you know that? Just a feeling. It's fine, but still, I'm not ready yet. If only I had a little more time, I might find the answer, but there's no time. Miyuki. Yeah? You have certainly ramped things up neatly. At this rate, everyone here will think I'm the culprit. If we were to put it to a vote right now, it would be a landslide victory. Nevertheless, I will not give up. From now on, I will cease the logical and rational rebuttals. This is nothing but a tantrum. It will be disgusting, pathetic, and so ugly that Mr. Miyuki will be appalled. You will be so eager to hang me on the execution platform, having given up on me being a human right at this moment. But even so, I retire tomorrow, will not give up. That is because I don't have any time left now. Just admit it already, there's nowhere left to retreat. Miss Kizuki gave up her life. Surely, Mr. Miyuki, you understand the significance of this. Even though I want to step back, even though I want to retreat, I must not. And even though I don't want to make excuses, I must. Even if there's no time left, we must somehow manage to tie down the clock's hands. What are you talking about? Did you kill Kizuki? You said she sacrificed herself? Come now, I will not back down. With this frail body, I will withstand all of Mr. Miyuki's attacks. Though I am still foolish and have not yet realized, please, come at me with all your might. Oh god, what are we gonna do? Argument armament? What is that again? Oh yeah. Okay. Theory goes to destroy opponent's theory, striking decisive blow to the damage. Okay. Press space bar in time. Oh god. A rhythm game that doesn't do basic rhythm. It's not on beat all the time. God. Okay, after your opponent. Okay, fine. There's no game over. Fine. Fuck. Let's go. Oh boy. Oh, that's dizzying. That is dizzying, honestly. Is this the end? It seems I, the unworthy, can only achieve this much. You don't intend to surrender, do you? Believe me, I want to. My legs aren't listening to me. I feel like I could kneel down right now. I could feel my anger rising. It feels like I'll collapse if I lose focus for even a moment. Should I say one thing? I know that feeling because I've experienced it. That very emotion was what I first felt when I saw Kizuki's body. If I had collapsed at that moment, it might have been the end. Somehow I managed to gather my thoughts and endure, and I was able to push you to the edge like this. So I'm going to ask, why did you kill Kizuki? Is that really because your beliefs collapsed just like what Chitanda was babbling about? How much do you know about the beauty I have pursued, Mr. Miyuki? Haven't you been emphasizing this so many times? How could I not know? Life itself is what you said. That's right, the act of breathing and sustaining life activities. That was the most fundamentally beautiful thing, and it was the paramount value that I had to protect, worship, and fear. Let me guess, you enjoy someone dying now. Why is that past tense? Did you ever change your heart and decide to worship death instead of life? To be honest with you, I don't know either. What? I just can't understand. Why did Miss Kizuki have to pass away? It seemed like I'm about to grasp something, but I just can't quite catch it. What nonsense is this? Are you just trying to escape the fact that you killed Kizuki? Come to your senses. You who love being alive so much ultimately drove Kizuki to her death. You have to accept the outcome before things get any uglier. No, that's precisely why I can't accept it. Because I am left with the duty to interpret her death. Interpret, okay. I don't have time for this. I need to think, even for a moment, about why Miss Kizuki had to die so soon. If that's not the case, you should at least consider why my beliefs were shaken. Are you going to stop? It's not that I'm curious about the reason why you committed the murder, but it seems reasonable to hear the details at least. Yet why are you still holding? At this point, it's practically an admission of murder. Why is it so hard to accept the results? Since Mr. Miyuki doesn't understand me, that's probably why he's saying that. Do you know how painful it is when the beliefs you've devoted your entire life to begin to waver? You've been saying all this talk about belief this and belief that. I don't know how painful it is for you to have your precious beliefs shaken, but it must be less painful than being murdered like Kizuki. Plus, you've laid out deception so brazenly everywhere in this case, haven't you? That doesn't seem like the attitude of someone so dejected and anguished. Didn't you just want to kill anyone, friend or whoever, and escape from here? For you, Kizuki was the kind of person, wasn't she? The same label was for us too. It can't be, it's not possible, Kizuki. Kizuki was my precious friend. Did you kill your friend? Your beauty really seems to worship death now, doesn't it? No, death is still something I fear and want to avoid, yet... If that's not the case, does that explain why you killed Kizuki? Aren't you just making excuses for yourself? Yeah. That's true, perhaps I've been lying to myself all along. If I let go, if I give up, it could become easier. Those words. So he's finally ready to confess? Yeah, you've been ignoring your feelings all this time. It's good to confess in good faith. Yeah, I suppose that might be the case. Tomoe? I turned a blind eye to my heart. Without any more words, Tomoe put his hand in his pocket with a look as if he was entranced by something. He pulled something out. It's a piece of paper that I've seen before. Do not turn away from your own heart. It is showing you a truth more transparent than anything else. Unbelievable. Why did you have to come to me at a time like this? That's just a phrase randomly generated by a machine, so what's the point? I think Misiko was right. The Rhetorica is indeed a machine that gives advice tailored to the person inserting the coin. This is the first piece of advice I ever got on the Rhetorica. Do you remember, Mr. Miyuki? I even read it out loud. Back then, I really didn't understand any word from it, but to think that you would help me like this. This story is taking a weird turn, so when are you going to confess? Confession? You want a confession? I would like to say there's a misunderstanding, Miyuki. What? You're saying I'm deceiving myself, that my true feelings are different? No, I simply acted according to my heart. I should have known from the beginning. It's the same with Miss Kizuki's passing. There you go, not Mr. My philosophy was never wrong, just a part of it. Miss Kizuki's death and my beliefs, why was I unaware that two could coexist? Now I feel my head clearing up. Tomoe, calm down for a moment. Calm, there's no need. Right now is the most serene and peaceful I've been since I was born. I feel so light and free that I want to spread my wings and fly right now. But there's still no getting around the fact that I'm short on time. We need to share this beauty with more people right now. We don't have time to squabble over petty things like these. Whoa. If you want to get a confession out of me, try pushing me again. At this moment, I am not afraid of you at all. Boldly and arrogantly, I will prove your reasoning is baseless and you will see my intentions through. Did that machine ultimately give him some kind of enlightenment? The culprit who was tormented by the guilt of having killed a friend and was pushed to the brink of confession has vanished without a trace. Before my eyes, only a madman intoxicated on his own beliefs preparing for his final struggle remains. This shall be the next discussion, Mr. Miyuki. As I mentioned earlier, there's no specific reason the culprit had to switch the books before 5 p.m. From 4:47 to 6, any time is fine. Then how about the toilet paper? Now that it's been confirmed the culprit visited the scene twice. Is it a possibility that the roll of toilet paper must be dealt with around 4:30 p.m. is gone? Couldn't they just casually revisit the scene after 5 p.m., switch out the books and then disappear with the toilet paper? In that case, the culprit could have used the warehouse or the women's locker room to avoid Miss Ego or Miss Misaki. This means the condition that the culprit is male loses its significance. You forget about the part where the women's locker is locked? What do you think, Mr. Miyuki? Frankly, your confession wasn't necessary to Mauve. Due to the system of the class trial, as long as we can somehow push it to a vote and receive a majority decision, that's all that matters. I want to get a confession because I still thought of you as a friend. Well, if that's the path you've ultimately chosen, if your words mean struggling to find a way out by any means. As someone who once considered you a friend, but now cannot bear to watch your behavior, I will utterly crush you. Logically, of course. Logically. Oh, another argument armament?
少し張り切ります。失礼、急いでいるので。少し張り切ります。倒されて少し張り切ります。失礼、急いでいるので。少し張り切ります。少し張り切ります。倒されてください。少し張り切ります。失礼、急いでいるので。 少し張り切ります。少し張り切ります。
Blood found under the. Okay, there you go. Oh God, my head hurts. So now what? More long dialogue, of course. Man, my throat hurts. God damn it. This can't be happening. I need to spread this beauty to more people. Tomorrow, I guess I can take that as confession, right? I feel like he should stop saying anything. There's no way to overcome this. This might be proof that the philosophy I've pursued over nearly 2 decades amounts to just this much. I can't hold on any longer as you keep pressing me with such logical reasoning until the very end. Yeah, I should have expected it. Oh, that's right, come to think of it, I'd like to hear what that story is about. What Mr. Miyuki refuted at the end. To explain that, you first need to understand why Tomoe cleaned up the tissues. What? Can you deduce that reason too? Of course, if the deductions were made so far are correct, the culprit must have gone to considerable trouble to completely erase all traces of it. In fact, just bringing that out from the scene is an action that takes on a considerable amount of risk. In other words, for the culprit, that toilet paper is an important item that must be disposed of. Did they leave a fingerprint or something? If that were the case, I don't think there'd be any reason to take the risk and hide it. No matter how big it is, it would probably be about the size of a typical toilet paper, so you would just need to gently rub and wipe the surface. Is that so? But then I don't really understand why that toilet paper becomes such an important item. You're right, we don't even have sophisticated forensic tools to begin with. It doesn't seem like there's any reason for an item the culprit didn't even prepare to suddenly become such crucial evidence. Now it's something that was already mentioned. It's the same reason why they cleaned up the tissues used to wipe the nosebleed, remember? The tissues to wipe the nosebleed. You mean when they were trying to erase the possibility of a nosebleed from our minds just to frame Jumanji as the culprit? Oh, I wonder if the culprit thought Kizuki brought the toilet paper because of the nosebleed. So they thought if they leave it there, it might remind people of a nosebleed, so they cleaned it up with the toilet paper she used to wipe the nosebleed. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Even though we knew that Kizuki's toilet paper had originally been with her, given the cautious nature of the culprit, they wouldn't have left it behind. In the end, that caution backfired on you, didn't it? From the culprit's perspective, having you, Jumanji, be the one accused was the easiest outcome after all. Well, for me, it's a huge relief that I wear glasses with strap chains. Anyway, keep the above information in mind and listen to what I have to say. As Tamar said, if it was possible to dispose of the evidence, even after 4:47 p.m., the very important condition that the culprit is a man might not hold weight. I haven't been able to gather evidence yet that Ego and Misaki were each at their respective places in the warehouse and the women's locker room. However, when considering the spots left on the back of the murder weapon case, that possibility is, as expected, negated. If that's the case, there's something new here. Ego turned the weapon over and spoke. There were also blood stains on the back of the case, which looked distinctly different from those of the front. It's because the culprit put the murder weapon down on the floor, leaving bloodstains. Why? I'm not sure. Then is Shitanda's experiment. Huh? Again with that? Are you surprised by something you did yourself? There must be someone who remembers. I remember. Let's see. Chitanda knelt on the floor again, placed his finger on the first circle and rubbed it vigorously. But no matter how much he rubbed, no more blood came out. Additional information. Blood on carpet will completely soak in within 10 minutes and will no longer stain. The blood stains on the floor won't come out after 10 minutes. No matter what you do, that's what he said. But the fact that the weapon was found on the floor, the murder weapon laying on the floor. So are you saying that the cleaning attempt took place shortly after Kizuki started bleeding from her nose within 10 minutes? It's just before 4:30 p.m. when the culprit left the scene. And yet it's already 47 minutes, and what have we discovered? There exists a gap of more than 10 minutes. So are you saying that the false accusation to frame Jumonji as the culprit was carried out when Tomoe first visited the scene? Right. To add to that, he probably disposed of the toilet paper and the tissues he used to wipe her nose at the same time. If both of these conditions are missing, there would be no problem framing Jumonji as the culprit. In other words, the culprit likely tried to dispose of the toilet paper roll at around 4:30 p.m. We can rule out the possibility that the culprit returned to the scene after 4:47 p.m. and only attempted to dispose of the toilet paper. Even if it's not exactly that, if the body is discovered during the 18 to 30 minute window when the alibi is being established, the cover-up operation will be in vain. In other words, framing Jumonji as the culprit would have been an incredibly stable insurance policy that wouldn't even require an alibi. Therefore, it's beneficial to get rid of the toilet paper as quickly as possible. If they were to try to retrieve it after 47 minutes and get caught at the scene, as a culprit, one would end up unable to employ any tricks or disguise tactics. Shitanda, what exactly did you foresee the moment you saw the body? Are you seriously suggesting you prepared for this and persistently dug into the blood traces just like that? I must say that's quite terrifying. Who knows? You can think of it as either stumbling upon the clues without thinking or figuring it out at once. Whatever you like. Anyway, with the last remaining possibility block, you'll have to accept it gracefully. You're the culprit, Rintaro Tomoe. That's right, I'm the culprit. I killed Kizuki. The guilt had completely vanished from Tomoe's expression. Seemed impossible to even find a similar emotion. Are you laughing? So, this is the end. What a long and winding road it's been. I never imagined they'd cover the tracks so intricately. Yeah, and you just added to the long and winding road part. If it weren't for Mr. Standa and Mr. Miyuki, we'd have been fooled and as good as dead. That was a close call. Why are you leaving out my name? I should be included too. Guys, can I ask you a favor? What is it? It's not that I want to be difficult. I was wondering if you could recap the sequence of events of the incident for me. What tricks he used, where the culprit saw what, when he went back to the scene. My head feels like it's about to split. Oh god, another one. I don't get why you don't understand. What exactly is so difficult that you're whining about? I'm sorry for being stupid. Still, I did try my best. I suppose there's nothing we can do. If I explain it clearly, it'll be straightforward. Since we've already identified the culprit, let's go over this case one last time. Yeah, there's no need to rush. Just take your time. Phew, thanks. Let's begin the summary. Tomoe, if there's anything wrong, please let me know. Okay, the comic book thingy. Minigame. Yeah, just give me the controls. Hints are okay. When you align the cross over the given square, press Q. Okay. There are no penalties. Okay, whatever. Reasoning climax start. Why doesn't Q fucking work? I thought Q was supposed to fucking work or something. No, it doesn't. Okay, let's see. That's correct, I guess. What is this? Should have toilet paper? That's not it. View the locker room. Copy speaking of graduation level from the desk. Is this it? Put a weapon on the floor. Okay, that's correct. Next is the locker room. Oh yeah. This is shredded toilet paper. Is this it? Yeah. Okay, cool. What are we missing? Okay, we're done with this. Damn it. Rika's too cute. She's trying to tell the culprit what happened. Wait, no? Oh, wait. I meant this one. There you go. And then... So this is... trying to seem fully prepared. Henry Shitanda. Alright. Okay. To begin with, it's important to point that this incident is a homicide that happened by accident. The culprit made no preparations whatsoever and until arriving at the scene, hadn't even considered that they would become a murderer. Therefore, what the culprit did and where they were before arriving at the scene is purely speculative. Thanks for the disclaimer. However, one thing is certain, the culprit headed to the warehouse at 4:20 p.m. There, they saw the faces of Igo and Mikawa. They had the step ladder too. And the culprit, after talking to them, left the scene in just a minute. Everything was fine up to this point. My throat. The culprit headed to the library sometime between 4:20 and 4:30 p.m., though I'm not sure exactly when. I suspect they asked Igo and Mikawa about the location of the stepladder, and perhaps after hearing it they were curious about it. The culprit who arrived at the library took one Hope Speak Academy graduation album. Given the circumstances, it's most likely that Shinano left the album on the library's desk. It would feel unnatural if it wasn't a murder due to impulse. The murder weapon was something easily obtained. Holding the album, the culprit approached Kizuki. The culprit, who was in the habit of frequenting the library, wouldn't have gone there knowing about Kizuki. Kizuki must have made a noise drawing them near. And then the culprit finds Kizuki. Surprisingly, Kizuki was covered in bloodstains, and there were traces of blood splattered all over the floor. As for what happened to Kizuki before that was... Youch. While trying to reach a book on a high shelf without the ladder, she accidentally dropped it and it fell right on her face. And at the same time as her nosebleed started, her glasses were knocked off and fell to the floor. For someone like Kizuki who had very poor eyesight, the fact that her glasses had come off must have been quite unsettling. Without even thinking about cleaning up the blood, they probably just created a mess, touching the floor everywhere. Meanwhile, the floor was covered with numerous stains from wiping her own blood with her sleeves. But the culprit didn't care about such circumstances. The culprit, as if possessed, raised the album they were holding and began to swing it at Kizuki. Kizuki, not knowing what was happening, got hit in the eye in the first blow, and her posture immediately became unstable. And then the second blow landed on Kizuki's temple. The culprit wasn't in a rational state, so they probably didn't specifically aim for vital spots. Kizuki's life ended at that moment because of that. It wasn't just the dead Kizuki who was confused, but the culprit as well. The culprit must have fallen into a panic at the thought of having committed murder impulsively, but even in that moment, their mind was still working. All that's left for the culprit now is to flee. But before that, the culprit must have wiped away the fingerprints first. As everyone knows, thanks to the knowledge we learned from Kizuki, we've been able to do fingerprint analysis, even if it's a bit clumsy, right? For the culprit at the point must have been an absolutely critical factor that could not be overlooked. Of course, the library is a public space, so it wouldn't be strange for the culprit's fingerprints to be there. They probably only needed to wipe the murder weapon. And the culprit added two more deceptive tactics, the first being to leave the weapon on the floor. Why would such a simple action be considered a deception? Because on the floor there were drops of Kizuki's blood. That too was seen in a way untouched by Kizuki, preserving the original scene. It wasn't that Kizuki wanted to wipe away the bloodstains, so the fact that the bloodstains remained in their original circular shape, touched by Kizuki's hands, was purely coincidental. However, the culprit tried to turn the... Come on, concentrate me. Concentrate. I'm seeing two games now. It's splitting apart. However, the culprit tried to turn even the coincidence into one of their own tricks. If they leave the murder weapon on top of blood that hasn't been wiped away, it creates a situation where it looks like they haven't touched anything except the weapons. In other words, it's a fake piece of evidence that lends credibility to the theory that the culprit was touching around on the floor to find their glasses. And the second, the culprit took two items and fled. The roll of toilet paper and the water tissue used to wipe off the nosebleed. In other words, the culprit immediately thought of framing Jumanji as the culprit as soon as they surveyed the scene. One could say that's quite cunning. Oh man. The culprit's next destination was the men's locker room. At that time, the culprit was in a situation where they had a roll of toilet paper that was by no means small. If that set were to be discovered by someone else, it would put them in a situation where the connection to the crime could be exposed. At that time, the place that caught the culprit's eye was the locker rooms located very close to the library. Based on my experience inspecting locker rooms, you probably know there were piles of poorly stored toilet paper in there. The culprit snuck into the locker rooms and inserted the toilet paper they took it from the seat into a pile of used toilet papers and then calmly left. The culprit then moved from the first floor stairs of the school building towards the dormitory building. Perhaps they were trying to get a private room. That would be around 28 to 29 minutes at the time. While on the move, the culprit encountered an unexpected situation. They just happened to be Shinano. Everything this is just one lucky... Yeah, everything about this case is just someone with being lucky, like, hey, I could use this to my advantage. Of course, since Shinano did not testify that he witnessed the culprit at the time, the culprit must have checked on Shinano from a distance and hidden nearby. But surprisingly, the culprit didn't take this lightly either. It would be easy to think I must be out of luck to be almost caught and brush it off, but the culprit was still focused on the object Shinano was holding, even if the midst of everything. That's right, the Homespeak Academy 59 graduation album. Since it's not written on the case, they probably couldn't see the number 59. As seen in the video, Shinano mentioned the keyword 59th generation while recording, so it wasn't difficult to figure out that the album belonged to the 59th class. Anyway, upon realizing that the item was carrying an album of the same kind as the weapon, the culprit quickly started thinking of another plan again. The latter Mikawa and Iko were carrying the graduation album Shinano was trying to return and the murder weapon. Of course, the possibility that Shinano would discover Kizuki's body deep within the library was completely out of the question. The chances of that happening were very low after all. The culprit, having quickly devised a trick, began to rush. According to the culprit's plan, whoever didn't have an alibi after Shinano put the album in the library would be the culprit. If they include themselves in that, it will be completely pointless. And perhaps due to those efforts bearing fruit, they were able to find Chitanda at the nearby store. Wow, how long is this goddamn game? All the tricks the culprit came up were good, but if there was one element that relied on luck, it was that they never knew when Mikawa would bring the ladder. So the culprit held Chitanda captive for a full 23 minutes and tried to secure their alibi. I think they couldn't hold him any longer. Perhaps they thought that was enough. It wasn't until 4:53 p.m. that he left the store, hoping that Mikawa had brought the ladder around. And then the culprit returned to their private room, and once again they prepared thoroughly and headed to the scene, careful not to be noticed by anyone. I don't know exactly when that was. It would have been sometime between 4:53 and 6 p.m., so I think they most likely headed there as quickly as possible. That thorough preparation was the toilet paper. The job they were going to do on the scene from now on would be very hands-on, so the option of erasing their fingerprints after touching them was quite risky. Because the culprit also knew that there were no gloves available in the schools to use as a substitute. Instead, they were planning to wrap a good amount of toilet paper around their hands and use it as a substitute for gloves. You couldn't use your cloth. The culprit moved quickly as soon as they arrived back at the scene. First, they checked if the ladder had returned, then they secured the 59 graduation album on the cart, and then they approached Kizuki's body. Then they picked up the murder weapon. That did the trick. Yeah, it got exchanged. The book, as in the murder weapon, was placed in the 59 graduation album case, and the 59 graduation album was placed in the murder weapon case. This was possible because both were the same type of album contained in completely identical cases. This allowed the culprit to establish an alibi for the murder weapon, enabling them to safely escape suspicion. Of course, as the culprit, they couldn't have known when Mikawa would bring the ladder, so uncertainty remained. This is exactly why I said the culprit would need to head back to the scene as quickly as possible. The faster they are, the narrower the time window during Mikawa could have brought the ladder, making it increasingly certain their alibi would be secure. However, the culprit made one mistake in the situation. It was a torn piece of toilet paper that had gotten caught between the case and the album. It wasn't a fatal piece of evidence, but it did serve as a clue that led to their discovery. And so, that is the crime the culprit committed and the truth of this trick. Without a plan, relying solely on ingenuity, observation, improvisation, and a bit of luck, the culprit who built these double and triple disguises and waged on psychological warfare. It is you without a doubt, isn't it? Rincharo Tomoe. Cool. And now we're gonna get a sad backstory of their sad past life, etc. That's gonna take like two more hours. Fuck. Is there anything you can't do? It's as if you've read my mind. Everything is perfect from start to finish. Tomorrow Ritaro cannot stand against you, Miyuki. I'll give you my applause. Keep 'em. Tomorrow then actually proceeded to clap his hands. Of course, that didn't really satisfy me at all. Oh, jeez. Okay. I see. Oh, cool. 169. Nice. See. Pick the right answer. Skill towards stoicism. Gain the ability to pass through obstacles without taking down. Oh my god. That is helpful. Which is probably going to be removed when chapter 3 comes out and the save. My save file doesn't work. Oh, god damn it. Cool. I think we're starting to come to a conclusion, right? Then there's only one thing left. Voting time. Please use the lever in front of your seats to vote on who will be the blackened. Whether your choice is the correct one or not, the results will tell. Are you all prepared? It's voting time. Closed. Cool. Come on, man. Yes, please. Should I stop it here? It's just a few more, though. Just a few more. Endure some more. Alright, let's announce the results. The ultimate fashion model in charge of whom you all voted for, the black it is. Correct. Congratulations, Palace. You've guessed it correctly again. You. The second class trial ended like this. Compared to the first time, our numbers have become even fewer. We somehow managed to survive this time as well. But I can't just be swept away by the atmosphere like back then and remain dazed. I took a step toward the place I needed to go. Wait, Miyuki. Tell me, why did you kill Kizuki? Tomoe stared deeply into my eyes. It felt like he wanted to peer into my very soul, making my body shiver uncomfortably. That's a great attitude, I could feel it. That change, I mean. What? You, of all people, Mr. Miyuki, are now so passionately pressing me. It's proof of a huge change. But do you still not understand about the reason why I killed Miss Kizuki? I thought I'd already provided enough explanation to Mr. Miyuki. Did you really think that just by blabbering on about whatever suits you, the message would get across? How can that be? What about the rest of you? Does anyone here fully understand why I took Kizuki's life? I don't know. That kind of reason. Is there a reason to be curious? Right now I have no thoughts other than wanting to escape this unpleasant place as quickly as possible. I'm afraid of you, Mr. Tomoe. Who exactly are you? This is going to be a long story. Oh, thanks for the warning, guy. Fortunately, I think I'll have enough time to share my story. What kind of story is this? Is it a simple story like you committed murder after seeing the motive? Oh, Justin, your Japanese has become fluent again to witness such a scene twice. Don't beat around the bush, just tell me. I need to know about your stupid motivation already. When Justin rarely raised his voice, Tomoe smiled and raised both hands. Yes, I understand, although from my perspective, it's not a good thing. You're the winners and I'm the loser, and as a loser, I shouldn't ruin the atmosphere, right? As Mr. Justin pointed out, my motive did not significantly influence the fact that I committed the murder. They simply reached out to me when I was wandering aimlessly. Then why would you? Haven't you already deduced it? This was an impulsive killing. I simply followed my heart faithfully. In other words, at the time, I killed Miss Kizuki because I wanted to kill her. Miss Kizuki's death is not meaningless. It was also a significant outcome that reflects my will. What? What is that? This disgusting bastard. I heard footsteps coming behind me. Before I knew it, Shinano had come closer, bumped my shoulder as he passed by, and grabbed Tomoe by the collar. I knew you'd do something like this, you murderer. So, life is precious, you're going to volunteer in a remote area, make friends. It was all lies, all of it was complete bullshit. Did you have a hard time holding back your laughter while trying to make yourself look good like that? Did we look like an entire joke to you? Answer me, you psychopath. Please calm down, Mr. Shinano. If you get so worked up, you won't be able to hear what I have to say. Shut up, I'll never listen to your fake pretentious bullshit ever again. I tried my best and yet I tried so hard to do something. Why do these selfish monsters keep showing up? Shinano's words could not continue until the end. The grip on Tomoe's collar slowly loosened and Shinano, with his knees buckling, soon collapsed to the ground. Yeah, that's right. Do we have any obligation to listen to you? Cut the crap and just give a real reason. Although I was already painfully aware of this, it seems I am still quite lacking my ability to persuade others. There's absolutely nothing to be gained by needlessly stirring up anger like this. Having a well-established worldview is, of course, a good thing, but even the greatest treasure is worthless if I throw it away in the middle of the night, when no one's around to receive it. It's not just difficult to make people like me, but it also might make it hard for me to achieve the impact of beauty I desire. Miyuki's saying this? Okay. Tomoe's words just now felt like they resonated with the things we discussed in this private room back then. Oh, okay, so that part, okay. Why did I have to think of something like that now? I think it's best to explain things in chronological order, but Tomoe briefly stroked his chin as if gathering his thoughts, then placed his hands on his exposed neck. First, I should probably talk about my scar. Has anyone noticed a change? That after discarding it so flashlightly, there's no way we wouldn't notice. So you notice. In that case, let's speed things a bit. Just before Tomoe made his final desperate struggle, he shook off his heavy burdens as if they were nothing at all. Or perhaps it was that scarf, discarded with a carefree casualty? Or perhaps it was that scarf discarded with a carefree casualty, whatever. Casualty, like a bird preening its feathers before taking flight. Could you focus on this, please? I'm not sure if it'll be noticeable. Tomoe then pointed to the area around the middle of his own neck. Isn't that a scar? It's been bothering for a while now. That's right, this is the glorious medal I received during my middle school years. What's so special about it? I have scars like that all over my body. Isn't value something that typically you assign for yourself, Mr. Justin? The scars on Justin's body must each hold their own meaning. You mentioned this before. When you were being bullied, your friend, who was also a target of bullies, made that scar with a box cutter. That's right, I specifically told you, Mr. Miyuki. I'm glad Mr. Miyuki is here. So, you used to wear that scarf to cover up your scar, right? When I was young, I was bullied. The totalitarian culture of this country simply does not acknowledge the concept of difference. I must have been a prime target in this society, chasing that elusive value called beauty. Back then, there was a friend who helped me. Without caring that they were also being bullied, they truly listened to my story. That story you've told me before about being bullied, you said you had experienced it. That was it? Hey, no matter how you look at it, it's a trivial matter. Why are you being so strict and serious about it? You don't have any friends, do you? Wow, how did you know? Actually, I was bullied in middle school, so I didn't have any classmates to share my feelings with. That's what you said before. To think you remember even the stories I shared as I am passing. I, Rinjaro Tomoe, am truly touched. Don't be emotional by something like that. Regardless, unfortunately, as things stand, I simply cannot view that friend favorably. Because that friend is the one who left me with the scar. How did that even happen, if it's not too much to ask? It's possible that this was a self-imposed punishment driven by resentment towards me, the one who caused their ostracization. Or it could have been orchestrated by the group that was leading the bullying, promising they would stop if the act was committed. Since there was no one to ask, nor any need to ask, I still don't know the reason. So in the end, you never knew. But I realized the most important thing. With the blade buried deep, blood gushed from the gaps between my fingers wrapped around my neck, and the stench of blood mixed with the air as I gasped. I ended up feeling something at that moment. Something. That was the first time. Please keep that in mind. Tomo held up one long finger before I could even grasp the thread of the story. He smoothly transitioned to the next one. Time passes. What happened when 4 days had gone by since I first set foot in the school? Suddenly you're skipping ahead? It's been 4 days then. You mean back when the first class trial was held, right? That's right. To elaborate further, it was the day that Mr. Iwata and Miss Fukuoka passed away. So, my emotions about Mr. Iwata's body were sincere. I felt a sense of outrage. I wanted to immediately catch the one who extinguished this precious life, and I barely suppressed my desire to hurl insults right in their face. I couldn't bring myself to feel any other way. Don't lie, are you being hypocritical even at the brink of death? You're wrong. I have never been as pure, as unguarded, and as honest as I am at this moment. Please do not insult my confession with the gaze of a mere commoner. Shinano, let's hear the whole story first and then make a judgment for ourselves. Are you finished? If there are no interruptions, I will continue the story. I believe you are already familiar with the developments that followed. At the end of the deduction, Mr. Fukuoka was singled out as the culprit, and that was dragged to the execution platform, then into that large oven. It's coming back to me, that scene again. That was the second time. Can you guys not fucking interrupt this guy's fucking story? Shut the fuck up! Let him finish this goddamn story without any fucking interruptions, why don't ya? Jesus! What are you trying to say? When Miss Fukuoka began to burn inside the oven, she started to shed tears of blood. I felt it again. That inexplicable feeling, I mean. I stayed up all night thinking about it after returning to my private room that day. There was no way I could have been wrong. Even as I was bleeding out and my consciousness faded, that feeling embraced me with a perfect clarity. You've been talking about feelings repeatedly, but we really don't understand when you express it in such vague terms. Good lord, how long is this fucking trial, man? Can you at least describe what it was like? Wouldn't it have been a negative emotion? Wasn't it something both of them felt that moment of someone's final breath? That's the strange part. My gut feeling interpreted it as a rapture. What did you say? That's interesting. Seriously, are you actually insane? So you're saying you enjoyed yourself while you were dying and while watching others die? That's exactly correct. I've spent time trembling with anxiety, wondering if I've gone mad at some unknown moment in my life. I also began to question my own beliefs and reflected on my mental health. But no matter how I look at it, Ivan Tartomo was a divine messenger who revered and worshipped life. When you were saying your beliefs were wavering, was that the reason? That's why you did it? That's right, even before bringing that up, when Mr. Mikawa was bleeding from his nose, my heart was once again fluttering in yet another strange direction. Your blood. But blood? That surprised me. So I suddenly saw blood and jumped up screaming, while Tadara, who was sitting right next to him, covered her ears. Is nosebleed really that surprising to Mai? Before seeing Miss Fukuoka's death, I had never felt that way when I saw blood. I too had no idea what was happening inside of me. In the midst of those days, I felt like walking on thin ice. Today has finally come. However, there is one part where Miyuki's reasoning is incorrect. I didn't hear about the library from the warehouse. In fact, I had been planning to visit the library for quite some time. What? Mr. Miyuki and Miss Jumonji had to withdraw from the investigation due to fatigue, and it seemed Miss Kizuki was in a tight spot, so she asked me for help. She asked if it would be possible to visit the library around lunchtime if I had some free time. The story after that, I remember every single word vividly. For the sake of the late Miss Kizuki, I must convey everything to you all exactly as it was. It's been a while since I've been to the library. Instead of wasting my free time, I should at least delve into the works of various great authors. I still have a long way to go myself. What are all these albums scattered on the desk? I think it would be best if whoever is reading this puts it back where it belongs. It can't be helped. I'll take care of organizing this myself. Was that Miss Kizuki or... Tomoe, is that you, Tomoe? Yes, it's me. Just a moment, please. You were quite far back, weren't you? I almost missed you. Miss Kizuki, are you injured? I'm alright. You don't have to worry. I was trying to take a book out and ended up hitting my face. My clothes are covered in blood. Seeing the bleeding has somewhat stopped, so I think I should change my clothes first. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have tried to be so nosy and investigate things on my own while waiting for you. Tomoe? Tomoe, are you okay? What's wrong? It's the blood. Tomoe, you're scaring me. Huh? You're not that kind of person. That pink hue, between the yellow flesh and the dark crimson reeking of blood and the pale ashen hue of the skull, a shy crimson brain revealing itself just slightly. Let's hold off that for now. We don't want to get things out of order. I intend to pay respect to Miss Kizuki, but it would be unwise to ruin everything due to a momentary impulse. What is he saying? Surprisingly, the thought I had upon seeing Miss Kizuki was, I just wanted to break Kizuki completely. However, at the same time, it was the third instance, this was the third moment, when I experienced that rapture. I was overwhelmed by confusion upon confusion, and ultimately, I had no choice but to take the best action I could at that moment. Mr. Tomoe, weren't you the one who fabricated the circumstances to make Miss Jumoji look like the culprit back then? That's right, I disguised myself because I was confused. In other words, that's what you meant back then. You disguised yourself to buy as much time as possible to think about your true feelings, to at least delay you from being framed as the culprit as much as possible. Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Miyuki, you do understand me. That's not it, I just thought this is how things will fit together. I wanted to avoid being seen like a stranger any longer. Is that so? That's a shame. Anyway, since each of you is an outstanding individual, I never thought for a moment that I could deceive you until the end. In fact, even Mr. Shitanda had completely grasped the truth even before the trial. My trick's objective was to somehow explain why I killed Miss Kizuki before the trial ends. It was about stalling for time until I could understand why I wanted to kill Miss Kizuki. Instead of using flashy tricks, I set traps by subtly twisting your methods of deductions. And you realized just before you gave it up and confessed. Indeed, even though I used every trick I could muster to block your path, you ultimately caught me without much trouble. I desperately tried to somehow make up for the lacking time, but in the end, I even failed at that. Just before giving up and before things could get worse, right before honestly confessing, Mr. Miyuki's words reminded me of that prophecy I tucked away in my pocket. Do not turn away from your own heart, for it is revealing to you a truth more transparent than anything else. That's what you were muttering about not having time. But there's still something I just don't understand at all. So what exactly is that new enlightenment of yours? You understood perfectly. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that everything I've said up until now has been for that very reason. What exactly have I been pursuing as beauty all this time? Being alive cannot simply explain the rapture that occurred 3 times, so this cannot be it. Does that mean I like death? It goes against my life's purpose. I was outraged the moment I saw Mr. Iwata's body, so that's not possible. It was only after hearing that sharp piece of advice, don't turn away from your heart, that I finally realized that I was truly foolish. Should I say it's fortunate that I realized it, even if it was late? Tomoe paused, his chattering speech momentarily silenced. All eyes were fixed on him, everyone who had been regarding him with looks of loathing and contempt. Just give us the conclusion, hurry up. My belief that life is beautiful remains unchanged. However, this is an issue that requires a more sophisticated and in-depth approach. My conclusion is that I revere life so much that I consider the moment right before it fades away, when it burns brightest, to be the ultimate beauty. Yeah, I know. I knew it. What? What are you saying? In other words, you think life is most beautiful when it's about to end? Exactly. It's called the last flash of brilliance. It was most beautiful when, just before that fiery pulsing thing flickered out, it desperately struggled to keep its flame alive. The sight of Miss Fukuoka gritting her teeth and shedding tears of blood, the way Miss Kizuki was trembling with convulsions before she passed away. I was utterly captivated by their enchanting allure. Thinking about it that way, everything makes sense. Why I was startled by Mr. Mikawa's nosebleed, Mr. Mikawa, and why I wanted to kill Miss Kizuki. At the time, Miss Kizuki was wearing a white coat stained with blood from a nosebleed. To me, she looked like a woman on the verge of death. I finally gained certainty. The ultimate beauty lies in the ambiguity between life and death. But paradoxically, that's why life burns the brightest, originating from the moment of death. Do you understand? The moment when life and death diverge, in their destinies brushing past each other in a fleeting instant, unable to connect, art in a fleeting moment, aesthetics in a fleeting moment. In that fleeting moment, I, holding the blood-stained book, dared to challenge the Pygmalion's name. What? Pygmalion is a Greek myth about a sculptor who falls in love with a statue. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, Miss Kizuki, I sincerely apologize for having to mention you, my true friend, in such a captivating manner. But I don't want to stop either. Since I'm not good at explaining things, I've enjoyed it until they understand. No longer can I bear this. It's like my blood is boiling. My veins are cooking from within. It's like pus has filled my spine. I can't take it anymore. Miss Kizuki, how could you tremble so beautifully with your entire body? Your lips so small linger with words left unsaid, tormenting me. Even a master craftsman of the century finds it hard to carve without breaking, thanks to those slender fingers that were able to dance one last time. Those eyes that will run the quickest, but because of that, will be able to hold the soul until the very end. Especially your hair is the best. White color is hard to keep it clean. Like spilling an ink bottle onto blank paper. Like trampling snow with heavy boots. Yeah, maybe that's why she's called Rika. It means snowflower. Oh. When blood slowly starts to seep out, staining your clothes, your hair, your face, everything that is white. If I had realized that when I was capable of, I would have dropped my knees and prayed instead of running away so disgracefully. Yeah, no one stopped Tamara's rampage, desecrating the dead with cheap, flowery language. Now, once to say Tamara was being completely ignored, it was evident in the expression of the audience. Confusion, disgust, unease, and contempt. Those terrible hues were plastered across every face. Was this how King Midas felt? It feels like a terrible fever has broken all at once. It makes me even more regretful that I couldn't compete with all of you. Because I will never get to see your executions. The passings of 12 beautiful ultimate students, it makes me catch my breath just imagining it, and my mind feels numb. Wouldn't it be an honor to just behold such a beautiful sight? Further conversation would be meaningless. I'm scared. Criticism, I'm used to it. In a short span of over a decade, I've learned that my aesthetic is already difficult to understand. It felt like living in a sealed room where no one could reach me. Is that kind of person who crushed Kizuki's hopes like this? Kizuki wanted more than anything to connect with someone. She came to the school because she hated being alone in her own room. Kizuki will never be able to leave that locked room now. And why do you still not realize that you are trapped in that sealed room? Look around, see those eyes filled with terror and disgust? That is truly a shame. I'm an open person now, haven't you noticed? Me, filled with newfound understanding and more confident and joyful than ever before. Transcending my foolish past self, I am elated to spread my intentions across this world right this moment. It's truly disappointing that you don't seem to understand. Tomoe, You were never an ordinary person to begin with. I wished you had just kept talking about loving living just like before. Back then, even though you felt a bit overwhelming, I thought you were someone with a strong core and upright kindness. Right now, you're just a delusional psychopath who doesn't even realize you're spinning in circles in your own world. Are you even sorry for Kizuki who's dead now? You're doing the same thing again? Why do you all make such assumptions about me like that? I just can't understand it. What? Why wouldn't I feel sorry for Miss Kizuki? I'm also sad that she's not here with us. As someone who's considered her a friend, I am utterly devastated Miss Kizuki was the one who had to suffer. However, if it hadn't been for Miss Kizuki's death, would I have been able to achieve this understanding? I don't think so. So I intended to live carrying Miss Kizuki's will on my back so that I would never forget. That's wrong. I couldn't help but interject at this point. Kizuki loved animals, including people, more than anyone else. She wanted to make friends more than anyone else. And you completely trampled both of those dreams. Kizuki wouldn't have wanted to be carried on the back of a murderer like that. If Kizuki were alive and saw you, what do you think she would have said? You were pretty close with her, so you should have some idea, right? Why am I like this? Why am I so angry about Kizuki's death? And it's not over. Well, your breast it off was no big deal yesterday, but with his amnesia, I couldn't help but feel uneasy, and it is the zoologist's nature to not be able to turn away from a sick animal. As I said, I didn't do anything grand like nursing, I just kept an eye on you. It's not a big deal. How could you do that? How ignorant are you about what phobias are? How do I look? Why are you so eager to pick on Miyuki? It's been like this before, just clinging to Miyuki with baseless accusations derailing the discussion. Can't you just let it go? Is Miyuki really that suspicious? Do you hate him that much? I just want to protect the friends I have left. Even if things are this way, they were the first friends I ever made. Of course, I have taken into account that Miss Kizuki might dislike me as well, Mr. Miyuki. What? If Miss Kizuki were alive and saw me now, she would surely scold me severely. This is a path far removed from the beauty that Miss Kizuki pursues. That's why I was even more determined to take on that burden as well. Though a friend who shared my heart and held views opposite to mine, I will cherish her for a lifetime, as she is a benefactor who enlightened me. To spend a lifetime with her, isn't that beautiful? As I mentioned before, it's called tolerance. However, I didn't mean to disrespect Miss Misaki's will to lift our broken hearts and try to start again once more. I hope you can see the difference. So then, you don't agree with my personal beliefs, but you agree with my promise to save as many people as possible within the limits of what I can do. It's called tolerance. That's correct. What is that? It's a concept that originates from French, which means understanding, tolerate, and respect for others' thoughts, actions, and religions, even if you don't agree with them. I do not agree with your opinion, however, if you are being persecuted for that opinion, I will fight to the end for your freedom of speech. Isn't that a quote worthy of respect, transcending time and space? It struck me and you that the madman standing before my eyes was undoubtedly Tomoe. But Kizuki's blood on his hands and spotting words that make no sense. Despite everything, Tomoe had personally tried to overcome this murder game with us. He was indeed a Tomoe who was giving a long speech about the beauty of life. That sense of disconnection tightens around my heart even more. You crazy lunatic. Upon reflection, perhaps Miss Kizuki should have passed away. She understood me, but that understanding was far from my true self. Perhaps Miss Kizuki might have been trying to stop me until the very end. From Miss Kizuki's perspective, she would have wanted me to remain as someone who simply loves life. Oh God, how long is this flashback? Jesus. Well, I'm not sure if it's appropriate to tell you this. It seems my beliefs are wavering these days. It's a ridiculous thing to say. What are you talking about? You are the one who cherishes and loves life more than anyone. You talked about yourself, about animals, about volunteering in remote areas like Africa. You're right, I can't clearly explain the turmoil in my heart either. Is it because life is so despised in this twisted space? Tomoe started saying words that were the least things I'd ever heard from him. I was wondering what I should say during that moment. Then you just have to make it precious again. Miss Kizuki, no matter what Monokuma says, with your strong will, you might be able to defy his schemes head on, don't you think? There's no reason for you to waver. You're not the kind of person. Yeah. However, Miss Kazuki passed away. At the same time, I have also obtained the key to enlightenment. I don't believe this was a coincidence. It was only after I killed the only person who understood me with these hands that I finally understood who I truly am. Ah, the irony. My life is so mixed up and tangled that I don't know whether to smile or cry. I'm completely at a loss. I had no intention of interrupting Tomoe mid-sentence, let alone making him stop talking, to those selfish words directed at Kizuki, to that destructive aura, to that blind love. He burned himself out far more than I did, so I'm trying to keep myself from reaching those horrifying thoughts. God damn it, still not done? Holy shit. Well, it's rather anticlimactic, isn't it? In the end, my schemes and ambitions crumbled before your will. Was it my shortcomings, or did you simply have ideals that surpassed my beauty? Nah, but it was pretty fun to solve. It's not even comparable to sitting in my room with a puzzle book. With your level of intelligence, you can certainly be proud of being a clever culprit. Truthfully, I didn't particularly expect that praise. I'd like to hear your assessment of my beauty. Yeah, that's just a load of garbage. A bunch of bullcrap philosophy. Why are you even spouting that embarrassing stuff anyway? I apologize. It seems all that awaits me now is an execution. Yeah, of course. If you like the moment of death so much, why don't you just go and die yourself? To be honest, I had a vague thought about ever since that I was accused of being the culprit. I'm a person who's already stared death in the face, aren't I? Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to feel it again. Of course, it's possible that those stray thoughts are the reason I haven't found a breakthrough. Before that, there's something I'd like to ask Mr. Monokuma, if you have a moment. What are you going to ask? What exactly is the machine called Rhetorica? I had never experienced anything like that before. It was like seeing a person. No, something beyond that. I told you, it's something I specially brought in that was a huge hit at Monoland. The effects are guaranteed, I tell you. What's wrong with your head? Pull yourself together. That thing's just a piece of metal, you know. Why are you going on and on like you're some kind of expert praising it so much? What's wrong with his head? Why else would he be acting like that? Why even bother trying to lecture a guy like him? It's best to leave him alone. Are you finished? If so, may I ask a question? God damn it! Will everyone chime in? Will anyone have goddamn button in their fucking conversations? God! How many fucking hours is this fucking trial? Jesus! Absolutely, go ahead. Do you recall the needle that was supposedly stuck on the doorknob of my private room? The person who installed it, that wasn't Mr. Tomoe after all. Right, I was so focused on the case I completely forgot about that. Alright, that did happen. Of course I didn't install it. As I mentioned, it is only now that I've come to truly appreciate the value of beauty. What possible reason could I have using such a trap to harm Mr. Daira at that time? Is that really the case? That ultimately means... Truly is regrettable, but a traitor among you who seeks to harm not only Mr. Daira but others is still present. Of course, if that person had been Mr. Kizuki, that story would be different. But I can't imagine Miss Kizuki would ever do such a thing. Damn it. In the end, we found ourselves continuing to harbor this intense tension and suspicions. The moment of relief at having found the killer had already vanished. I've answered your questions. I think I've done everything I can for you all. Well, I have one last favor to ask. How many last moments do you fucking want? Tomoe then suddenly jumped into the center of the courtroom. He started making eye contact with all of us as he walked around in a circle. Please remember who I was. There was a human named Mitsuharu Tomoe, the ultimate fashion model, a divine messenger, or simply a lamb who appreciated beauty. Please engrave this in those two eyes of yours. Whoa, he's way crazy. Get away, disgusting monster. I can't see it myself, so I'm fine, but it's really noisy. At least cover your ears then. Oh dear, the soda's getting rowdy. I suppose we'd better begin to punish me quickly. If you could remember even a little about my values and true beauty, the past 10 years of my life will never have been in vain. Then I too can close my eyes with a little more satisfaction. I prepared a very special punishment for the ultimate fashion model, Mitsuharu Tomoe. Even if just a fragment of memory, I couldn't ask for more than to be with you all. Please, let me. Shall we run it together then? Please remember me. It's punishment time. Oh, thank God. Ugh. Wow. That kind of execution reminded me of Junko Enoshima's. Oh fuck. Spoiler. Yeah, this is it. The utterly despairing metamorphosis and death of a butterfly. No matter how you're reborn or whatever term you apply, it all comes down to that in the end. Hey, where are you going? It wasn't even close. It's embarrassing how off her reasoning was. I can't do this anymore. Please get me out of this hellish place. Let's try to think positive somehow, okay? Tomoe is a psychopath who might have become a serial killer if we had let him alive, right? Maybe it would have been better to not let him die here. Sorry, I tried to lighten the mood a bit, but I got a bit desperate. Don't you understand context, Miss Tsubaki? Do you think we're so frustrated simply because Mr. Tomoe was executed? I said I'm sorry. The sense of crisis that two more people who were in the same position as us had fallen, and the despair that the traitor was still hiding among us. And the biggest cause of this anxiety and this uncertainty of how many other mentally unstable people are out here, our thinking is quite shallow. Hey, I said I'm sorry, so why are you still pressing the issue? You're not the only sensitive person here, you know. I just found it hard to overlook the light-hearted remarks that didn't suit the situation. I was mistaken about you, Sarashina. You have been so irritable lately. I thought you were a much kinder person. Kinder? I wonder how effective attempts to define others with such one-dimensional language will be in the future class trials. I wouldn't presume to offer criticism with your limited knowledge. No, the more I listen... Stop. Stop. I don't want to see you fighting anymore. Stop tearing each other down and blaming one another. Please don't do that. I'm sorry, but I don't think everything Sarashina and Tsubaki said should be completely dismissed. You've been on edge a lot more than usual lately. The situation has changed. If that's the case, shouldn't our approach also change accordingly? I would appreciate it if we could understand that I don't want to judge things so pessimistically either. And Misaki Kuzu, isn't it unnecessary for you to lecture me like that? What? Twice. You have failed to prevent murder twice. Understand that I will have to reconsider placing my trust in you going forward. That is really unfair from Misaki's perspective. How could she have known Tomoe was such a twisted person? It's practically the same as having a psychopathic killer among a group of ordinary students. I don't believe we're in a position to consider such things. Didn't Miss Misaki herself say she would accept all criticism graciously? The nerve of you. If you're so unhappy, why don't you be the leader then? That's right, this was excellent. I'm not being sarcastic, I mean it sincerely. What makes you say that? Huh? You don't know anything? Again with this, not everyone is like you and can tell just by looking, so if you notice something, just say it straight away. I'll keep that in mind. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, you guys, why do you think Kuzo did that? She said to go ahead and state where we plan to investigate, even if it has no practical use, and that she will impose punishments if it differs from the facts. And there's a fucking motorcycle, really? The game is long enough, and then there's a fucking motorcycle here to ruin the fucking recording. Where are you going with this? Let's be honest here, we're not spending the whole day searching the school, are we? While there may be some who are eager to find a single clue, most people do so without much enthusiasm, half-heartedly. There are also many people who spend playing with friends or just lounging around in their private rooms. How do you know that? I told you, didn't I? Observation. It's all about observation. Little details like these are clues, you know? At this point, this is giving me goosebumps. Chickens cluck cluck. And... So I'll ask you, Tsubaki, since you're a prime example of someone who conducts investigations half-heartedly, haven't you been cooped up in your private room a lot lately? I wasn't. Why not? I was just in my private room without any plans back then, and I'm saying that felt a bit awkward. Don't you understand by now Kuzo was pretending to set you free while trying to control you? She's so perceptive. She deliberately created a situation where you'd have to leave your private rooms and watch each other. Is there any basis for this? Evidence? You'd know just by looking at that alibi list we've seen so often during deductions. It was so long ago you probably don't even remember who left the private room and what minute, entered where at what minute, and met whom at what minute. Except for the two who were sleeping in their private rooms, everyone showed a face somewhere during that hour. And since those two usually did an investigation at the library, in conclusion, Kuzo's prediction turned out to be correct. If we hadn't been out of our room so often, do you think the culprit would have been caught? Has there ever been a situation where people vouch for each other's alibis like in this scenario? I don't think so. Do you think that was Miss Misaki's intended strategy? Yeah, I actually rate Kuzo quite highly. I answered Misaki's question, but I will tour the entire school and got an understood response. If this question aims to prevent students from plotting schemes, is giving such a broad and vague answer truly helpful? So there really was such a plan behind it after all. That's ambiguous. Does agreeing with this make me sound arrogant? If that is true, then wouldn't it be mere arrogance without basis? That being said, I have no intention of withdrawing my skeptical response towards you, Misaki. I probably won't be following your guidance in the future. I hope you understand that. Why don't you just admit you're scared? Seriously, the pretense is too much. Misaki, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me at all. Just take care of yourselves. You've been through so much, you guys. Being brought here without any explanation and then subjected to such harsh treatment. What on earth does Monokuma want from us that he's doing all this? Well, I don't think thinking about it now will help us learn anything. You're right. I guess all we can do right now is take it one day at a time. There are many more things I'd like to say and new things to begin, but first, let's return to our dormitory. Everyone worked so hard today, let's get some rest. Is this where it ends? Nope, there's more. Of course it. Misaki then stroked Mikawa's head as he cried. Starting with Misaki's footsteps, everyone remaining in the courtroom boarded the elevator. We emerged from the abyss, defying gravity with a rattling, unpleasant sound. Oh, this is exhausting. By the time we stepped back into the school building, it was already past midnight. Most of the students immediately disappeared into their private rooms with exhausted expressions. You're goddamn right. Only a few of them exchanged brief greetings. The moment I put my hand on the doorknob. Hey, sleepyhead. Because I knew who was speaking, I replied without looking back. Jumanji, why? Well, it's nothing important. Are you coming to the library to do investigation again tomorrow? The number of people has decreased, but... Thinking that it was truly a question befitting her, I finally turned my body to bring her into my view. I don't think that will be possible. I don't think I'll be able to have any more good memories with you in a place like the library. That seems difficult now. It's not that I don't want to talk with you, just let me be alone for a while. There was no response. Taking it as a positive sign, I nodded in agreement and immediately swung the door open. And then I took a step inside. Into a locked room called the private room. The moment I closed the door, what I did was throw myself onto the bed. This is hard. My current emotions were not the type that could be elaborately described. A single primitive and simple word was enough. Kizuki is dead. I made my own kind of atonement, but I couldn't tie things up neatly. Instead, all I'm left with is regret. Unfinished words still linger, floating softly within my frontal lobe. As Misaki said, on top of wondering why on earth we had to go through this kind of thing in a place like this, the struggle of figuring out who I am was weighing down on me even more, as if it were piling on top of everything else. For a moment, I even doubted myself during the class trial. I couldn't definitively refute the possibility that I had left my private room and killed Kizuki without even being aware of it myself. Anxiety and self-loathing have reached my peak. I can feel myself approaching my limits. It seems that just like when the last trial ended, I'm slowly starting to feel a headache. While I'm lying in bed, I want to close my eyes and escape from reality. However, I can't fall asleep like this. There's one person I need to go and find. I touched my forehead and lifted my body off the bed. Wait, we're still fucking going? Fucking really? Fucking really, bro? I hope they haven't fallen asleep yet. As I fear they've fallen asleep, it's not strange since they must be tired. Turn back hoping for our next opportunity. That moment. Why? Hearing that uniquely slow voice that makes me forget what I wanted to say, I hesitate. Is this the right thing to do? No, still, it's better to face challenges than to let it fester inside. I gathered my thoughts and looked at her in the eye. You know something about me, don't you, Kana? What a cliffhanger. Hey, who's there? Even when everyone else is holed up in their own private rooms, you're out here. I had some monocons left, so I came to get some prizes. Something like this popped up. Rhetorica, why is this here? It's like a gacha machine in the end, isn't it? Maybe they wanted us to use it together. Hey, are you staying here any longer? There's more? Do you have anything left to do? You must have hate just being in the same space with me. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. I'll leave as quickly as possible. I was just asking you for staying longer. This is such a tiring habit. Hey, Monokuma. Yeah, ego student, do you need something? No matter what I ask about this machine, you won't give me any answers, will ya? Well, what to do? What can I not do and what I can't? Given your level of understanding, I think that's enough to draw reasonable conclusions, so I'll keep my words to a minimum. More importantly, why did you suddenly take an interest in that machine? Was it because your natural curiosity as a top-tier high school engineer was piqued? No, just... My head is a mess. If you're not going to tell me anything, then just leave. Yes, as you order. Damn it, in the end, is this all I can do? Is this it? Embrace it. The pain will one day become something you barely even notice. I need to know what you're telling me. This was an exhausting fucking playthrough of one trial. Just one trial that went for almost half a fucking day. Jesus. Oh my god. Yes. This concludes latest news. Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Oh yeah. Okay. Fuck. We're done. We're done. We're fucking done. So this is Danganronpa Mauve. If you want to try the game for yourselves, the links are in the description. Presented to you by Zephram Voldemort for more Danganronpa fan games, translations, and all related stuff. Link is in the description. That is all for today. Stay safe and take care of yourselves.